Okay, good morning everyone, and welcome to the Board of Aldermen Strategic Work Session. Today is August the 30th, 2023. If you would please stand, let's do the pledge of allegiance to the flag of our country. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, I'll ask Alderman Royal if she would offer a prayer.
Thank you, Mayor. Let us pray. Father, in Jesus' name, we pray that this strategic planning work session will provide insight and answers that will promote direction, sustainability, and growth for our city. Bless all those that attend today, and thank you for keeping our city safe and all of those who are in harm's way of this storm. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank everyone for taking time out of their schedule to be here today. And at this time, I'll turn it over to City Manager Foster Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for that. We appreciate everyone being here today. We have talked about the strategic planning for quite a while now, and we're looking forward to beginning this process. We've engaged with the School of Government and Ms. Altman to lead us through this process. So you have received some information over the last few weeks to prepare for this, and so this is going to be an engaging time, and so Lydia is going to go over that information. A little bit of housekeeping. Restrooms are in the hallway back here to the right. We have some coffee and things like that in the kitchen. And Lydia, we're going to go ahead and turn it over to you.
Good morning. Good morning. First of all, my apologies. I was across the street down that way just 30 minutes ago, but was convinced I was in the wrong place, put the new address in, and ended up back where I needed to be, only to turn around 3 times and come back. So I really apologize. Good morning to all of you. I wish that I had had a chance to introduce myself personally and shake your hand and all before we get started, but here I am. I was going to make a little flip chart, but I think it's fairly easy to say, here's what we plan to do today. There is some getting started pieces. Thank you very much for engaging in the homework that I offered. I will say that I did have a conversation with 3 of you. I see these are the 3 I think I had the conversation with as well as staff. Good morning. And they said, oh, no problem with homework. So that's where I went ahead and dove in and decided that it would be helpful to gather some thoughts ahead of time. So we'll do a bit of getting started activities today and kind of lay the groundwork for the conversation. We'll then take a break, which might move a little bit. I had thought it would be around 10:30. And then we'll dive into some context setting. So the homework that I offered you really was a chance for you to think about what are the changes that are going to be happening in your community. As I was being guided in, thank you very much, Mr. Manager, I was passing the Future 42 sign. I'm like, well, there's a big one right there, that this will be an interstate that'll be coming through your city. But what are some of the changes that are going to be happening to your community or happening around you, and what are the implications for you all for the future? Because we're now in 2023, but we really want you to be thinking longer term, big picture, 20 years out, even though we get down to specifics of the plan to be a little bit shorter time frame. But with your 20-year lens, kind of what do you think is going to be happening for the community, and how do you need to be preparing for it as an organization? So we've got an exercise based on the information that you gave me in the survey, and kind of taking a look at what will the impacts be. And then we'll shift gears a little bit and think about the SOAR analysis that I gave you, so lots of homework, and be thinking about sort of what are some of the strengths that you all have, what are the opportunities, what do you aspire for your community, and what are the results that you hope to see from the strategic planning process. Somewhere in there we'll have lunch, and then in the afternoon we'll move into a conversation about really the future, really taking that long-term lens. For me, 20 years is like, oh, that's almost a generation. So I don't have any grandchildren, just married off another stepdaughter this weekend. But what will their children be facing, and what is it that you want to imagine for them in the future? And we'll begin to really think about what your vision is, maybe do at least an update or a tweet or a revisit to the mission that I just found, thanks to good record keeping yesterday, the city mission. And then thinking about some of those big decisions that need to be made. I understand we are probably not having a session tomorrow, so not sure I'm not sure at what point we'll talk about what to do next. Towards the end of the day, I always like to start with a summary of next steps coming from the day, and then that will, I think, include a conversation about, okay, we didn't get to tomorrow, when will we and how will we do that? Because what I really wanted to do was to have an opportunity to kind of put some of what we've done today into goal statements or outcomes, things that you'd like to see different, and then thinking about an engagement plan as well as a communications plan. Because the strategic plan is important, the planning and the process of planning is, I'd say, equally important. And if you're not thinking about some of the, about communicating about it and thinking about its impact on your culture, then you're losing, I think, the benefits of some of that as well. So just to say, it's not just the plan, this is really, I think, bigger than that. The process will be more extensive than that. So that's our general plan for today. Let's see, clicker. And we want to start here really with some, let's see, flip chart. I'm going to grab a flip chart over here. So I can take some notes here. This isn't a sturdy computer.
Carrie, can you get that up for me, please?
Yeah, that would be much better if we could just get these up. All right. Normally all this happens behind the scenes. It's actually happening in real time in real space here. What I really wanted to do was start with this question here. Well, these are the retreat objectives, so let me make sure. This should be on your materials. Thank you so much. That's fine. And then I think I said these are basically what we hope to do. Some of these we will not be able to get to at this point, those last two bullets. I think what we'll be doing is really thinking about the context for the plan and the preliminary vision and mission of the organization. We'll make a new plan for the other two bullets today. I'd love to just start with this question. And I think in the interest, I'd love to hear from staff as well quickly. This will just be an opportunity to introduce yourself to me. And I know you all know each other, but I really appreciate hearing really, what is your role with the city and how long have you been in it and what motivates you to serve in this role? Because this is a big lift that you all have agreed to do here in terms of serving in your community. What motivates you to have that role? And I'm just going to take a few notes, and by the way, I will be joined, I think, at the break by my graduate assistant. I want to call her Mariah Carey, but her name is Mariah Kenna. So she's not Mariah Carey. But for her benefit, I'm going to take some notes, and she'll be helping me with that later. So, Mayor, I'm going to pick on you, if you don't mind, to go first.
Sure. Jeffrey Odom, Mayor, just wrapped up our first year, so his first year as being mayor on August the 15th. Prior to that, I was an alderman for the 6th Ward for, I guess, about 8.5 years. What motivates me to serve is just the opportunity to make a difference in my hometown and community.
Yeah, and I did notice from the profiles that many of you, this is your hometown. Alderman Royal, how would you respond to that question?
Hazel Royal, my role is alderman. My tenure is 3.5 years. I've been on board for 1 year. And what motivates me to serve is my passion for people and seeing them to have, helping them to have the best quality of life that they can.
Thank you. Alderman Pritt?
Rick Brill, Alderman, Ward 1, 10-year, 1 year into a 3-year, 3+ year tenure. Motivation was primarily to give the voters of Ward 1 a choice in candidates. And I think it was one of those situations, be careful of what you wish for, you just get it. My background is as a city manager for 30-some odd years, 30 years. So I thought that I could make the transition easily, and have always been interested in local government and professional local government.
Okay, thank you very much. Alderman Kinsey, good morning.
Good morning to you. I've served 15 years on the board, and I like to listen to the people to find out what can I do for them to make their quality of life better for the community. I'm also a professional athlete, and working with people and training people, you get a chance to hear them again and help them to achieve their goals.
Yes, wonderful. I have a personal trainer who I keep saying to him, just keep pushing me and I'll just keep doing it. So
Absolutely.
he's helping me a lot.
Absolutely.
Alderman Best, good morning.
I'm Alderman Barbara Best. I serve the 5th Ward. I've been in, this is my 2nd term. This is the fifth year. 5.5 really. I retired out of the city's tax department, and while my tenure there, I came in contact with a lot of senior citizens, a lot of citizens that was underserved, and a lot of citizens that was at the poverty line, and they were struggling to try to save their home and didn't want to go, foreclosures and all of this, and couldn't pay their taxes. So that's what motivated me to, when I retired, I was going to take on this role as an alderman. Didn't know how it was going to go. I was really surprised. Take on that role as alderman so that I could serve the people in all capacities of the city.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Alderman Brinson.
Bob Brinson. I just finished my first year on the board, like many, and a little bit different in that I grew up here in New Bern and then spent 30 years away, and have now come back, so kind of have both perspectives of a hometown and a transplant, but really doing this job to be a conduit, help my neighbors navigate city government, have their voice heard, but then also be able to turn around and explain to them why certain things are happening with the New Bern city government and why we made certain decisions. So really try to be the two-way street.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. Brenda Lindsay. Good morning.
Good morning. Brenda Blanco. I was appointed as the city clerk in 2014 after working with the city for 12, 13 years. And I very much enjoy working. I'm a people person, love working with the public, and in this role, the great thing is I get an opportunity to meet so many citizens that I otherwise would not have been able to do that. And it feels good to help them.
Thank you so much. Mr. Williams.
Yes, I've been with the city as the assistant city manager for about 2 years now. Background is predominantly in public safety, but I think growing up and everything, I really believe in the tacit states that the road to success is always under construction. And then I've been very fortunate that when I've come to construction sites that I've had good people assist me. So I think what I look for now is to repay that to anyone that I can assist with, trying to become successful as well.
You sound like you work for DOT.
I did. No.
It was the paving comment, yeah. Mr. Manager.
Well, I'm celebrating my 34th year in local government, working for a variety of departments, primarily it's been Parks and Recreation. I came to New Bern a little over 5 years ago. I have been the manager for the last 2 years, and my overall goal was to make sure that the goals and objectives of our board are being met, while at the same time making sure that the city of New Bern is a great place to live, work, and play for our residents and visitors. We have great staff that we're working with to improve the lives of our citizens on a daily basis, and we look forward to strong positive growth in the future.
Great. I'm going to move to the staff folks, and I can't read your name tags from here, so Mr. Well, thank you, raise hand volunteer, thank you.
Good morning, I'm Charlie Bouchard, I'm the Director of Public Utilities.
Good morning.
What motivates me, public utilities, it's all I know, and done it all my life, been here about 5 years, and just happy to be working in my field.
Working in
Public utilities.
public utilities. Yeah, okay, so you're all about public utilities, got it.
Yes, ma'am.
We need to focus like that, for sure. We'll just go around the table then.
Hi, Jordan Hughes, the Director of Water Resources. I've been with the city for 17 years. What motivates me on the professional level, it's an old city, a lot of problems, and as an engineer, I do like solving problems. It's always a challenge. I do like that. On the personal side, my New Bern roots run very deep. My family's been connected to New Bern and Craven County since the early 1700s. A sense of kind of pride and tradition to be able to continue to be part of the New Bern school.
Great, thank you so much. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Sonia Hayes, Director of Human Resources, and I've been with the city for 23 years, I've been here 23 years. And what motivates me is to know that my staff and I are serving our employees as we all serve the citizens of New Bern.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sonia. Yes, sir.
Jim McConnell, intern fire chief, New Bern Fire and Rescue. I've been with the city 24.5 years. The main goal is to provide services to people on the worst day of their life, and that makes sure they're equitable across the whole city as we look at the city.
And I hear you're moving into a permanent role in about 2 days?
Yes, ma'am. More of a permanent role.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Jessie Root. I'm the Director of Development Services. I am starting my 9th month this week in the city of New Bern. 22 years of local government experience in Eastern North Carolina in 4 different jurisdictions. What motivates me? I love to take a strategy and implement the structure and system and watch it make something better.
That's great. Wonderful, thank you. Colleen, and then we'll go to the second.
Colleen Roberts, Public Information Officer. I've been with the city of New Bern for 12 years. Prior to that, I worked for the military for about 18 months, but primarily my background is broadcast news. In my role, I love meeting people, I love talking to people, I love the various communication methods to reach people. I really enjoy writing. And I think government can be a leader in being a lot less corporate and a lot more social.
That's great, thank you so much. Oh, in the purple, yeah.
Okay. My name is Ernest Simons. I've been with the city 2 months, 18 days, and a little bit over an hour and a half. 18 years in higher ed. I've always worked in a support role in IT. Actually made the decision more than 18 years ago that I wanted to be a part of an organization that was not so much focused on just making money, but actually making a difference. So that's why I decided to move from manufacturing into higher ed, and now a part of local government.
Local government is where it's at, gotta say. Good, thank you.
I'm Carrie Moran. I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation. I've been with the city going on 8 years, but I've only been director for 10 months now. What motivates me is providing quality recreation and leisure for the citizens of New Bern, as well as trying to encourage health and wellness. I worked about 10 years in mental health prior to this, and being able to provide opportunities for that in the community where people really need it before they have to go to inpatient set, I feel like it's very important.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Kim Ostrom, the Director of Finance. I've been with the city for about 3 years. Been in government finance for over 20 years. What motivates me is that I just really love working with people and leading staff. I'm an out-of-the-box thinker and always looking for more ways to be more efficient. And I enjoy just problem solving that way. I can't stand the word that's how we've always done it, so I love change. That kind of goes along with it, and I embrace that, and so I just really like seeing, I think it's a perfect time to be here because we've been through quite a bit of change already, and I see change coming as well.
Yes. And the folks that actually say, I love and embrace change are actually few and far between, so thank you. Your contributions will be helpful. Yes, sir.
So good morning. My name is Patrick Gallagher. My role is the Chief of Police. I've been with the city a little over 2.5 years. So to answer your question about what motivates me, that's a difficult process. It's not that I can't answer it, but can I do it in the time that you would want? So I'll say it like this. It's twofold. One, and I think that every police chief should say the following, and I mean it when I say it. I want to reduce crime and the fear of crime. Equally as much is I want to ensure that we, as governmental officials, achieve the primary role of government, and that is to ensure that all people can achieve the inalienable rights of life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. I could go into a dissertation just about that, but I'll leave it there.
Great, thank you so much, Chief.
George Childs, I'm the Director of Public Works. I've been with the city for 4 years. I was born and raised in New Bern. Prior to working with the city, I was in the construction engineering field in the area for 25 years. And the opportunity presented itself for me to give back to the community that has given so much to me throughout my life. So mainly on the infrastructure side is where I'm looking at.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that opportunity. And I didn't miss anybody, did I? Okay. Any observations or reflections on what you've heard, what the talent is in the room, the perspective in the room?
That whole bunch over there, awesome. We couldn't do it without them. Thank you all.
Quite a bit of experience, actually,
Yes.
on the professional side as well.
Yes, yes.
Mhm.
I think you have a lot of selfless servants that are doing work that isn't always acknowledged, but they get a great deal of satisfaction out of it, but that's a good thing.
Yeah, I do like to sort of start, normally if I didn't ask this question about motivation, about celebration of the good work, because honestly, you all have your nose to the grindstone every day, I know that, and you probably don't hear thank you as much, and that goes for everyone in this room, as you really should be thanked for the work that you do. It is sometimes thankless work, but it is great work, and the difference that you're making for folks is significant. So, thank you for helping orient me, and I hope, did anybody learn anything new about anyone in the room?
That's what I was about to say, Jordan. I didn't know your roots were so deep.
There you go. Got a couple of problem solvers, somebody that loves change, yeah. A servant hearts, all of that in the room, so that's great. I appreciate this. I did want to spend, and I don't want to spend a long time, but I do want to go over just a little bit about the strategic planning process. I know I've had a chance to talk with some folks. I think maybe even there was a link to a video, so you maybe have seen some of this already. But I thought it was important to kind of do a bit of a level set. I've had conversations with the subgroup of the board that was doing some planning, had some conversations with the manager and some of his key staff that will help him do this. But just thought real quickly we would go over and say, why do we want to bother making a plan? Well, obviously I think that it will provide a path to success. Once you've decided what's important, then it may be a bit of go slow to go fast, but once you've decided what those priorities are, then you can speed things up a little bit, really save time. Have those things that are important in your mind. I'd say it's not only important to know what you want to say yes to, but quite frankly, it also helps you say no. And there's probably lots of people asking for things, I'm sure there are, and it's affords you the opportunity to say, that's important, but we've set this as a body as the priority. And this thinking about the reducing conflict, I've actually got a slide a little bit later, and we'll talk about relationships and what that does. In the end, I hope that what it does is save money, but it gives you the opportunity to stay focused, but also to identify ways in which you know that you're being successful in this endeavor. I heard people talk about efficiency. One hope is with one focus that you will be gaining efficiencies by having a plan. And the last piece here about stability, I will not forget doing work in a small town in eastern North Carolina, and the council person said, if we do this right, and we were talking about community engagement at that point, and that this plan reflects the community's will and not just the will of this particular sitting body, then our plan will be transcend the next election. And so I hope that this will offer some stability for you all in terms of thinking about what the priorities are. And that is one reason, several reasons why I think it makes some sense to do some planning. And yet those then need to be tied to results. So what difference does that plan make? You should be looking at it when you're setting your agendas. You should be looking at it when you're setting your budget requests or allocations. And when you deliver services, it's really an opportunity for you to think about which kind of services are important for us to deliver, to whom and how much. Those are the sort of key things that should come out of this. I'd like to also suggest that some kind of measurement, maybe a dashboard, thinking about what's really important, how do you want to track the results of this, is something that we will get to at some point in this conversation. And then really, have you actually gotten the results that you're after? And if not, why not? Not in a punitive way, but really in a curious way. So did we measure the right thing? Have we created the right theory of change? So just making sure that you've actually gotten where you need to go. I'm happy to take questions along the way. The other piece I thought I put up front is creating culture. And if you use a plan in all of the ways which I think you can use a plan, what you're really talking about then is creating a culture within your organization to say, we believe in setting some priorities, we believe in tracking those priorities, we believe in focusing on that and resourcing, and by resources not just the money part, but the people part, and in rallying behind things that are important. One of the things we'll talk about is organizational values, which we probably won't get to today. But those values, I think, are really important, and that really helps your workforce understand what you expect from them and how they need to be doing business, and what behaviors then will demonstrate that they're living into those values. So in that sense, and in some other ways, you can begin to really shape the culture of your organization. So many of you all, as elected officials, are relatively new and have the opportunity then, I think, to set the tone and for the organization and where it heads. The plan elements, sort of the basic. This is something maybe you've seen in other settings. In government, it's just a tad different, I think, in terms of how we actually go about the work. but the elements are probably still the same as in any strategic plan. You have a vision. It's a long-term, it's idealistic, you may never reach that. You have a mission statement. What is it about this organization that's distinctive in achieving that vision? You have goals, and goals I think are end-focused, but they're also results-focused. So I think about what are the conditions that you want to be creating for your community. And then objectives, which will get much more specific in terms of how you're going to get there, when you're going to get there, et cetera. And then much more of the action agenda. There's a role, I think, for everyone in this room in all of that, but the role, I think, differs depending on whether you're in the policy arena or the execution arena. And so I would suspect that the elected officials, let's see if I have it here in the corner, that the elected officials will be much more involved up here and maybe with his core values, and not so much down here in terms of the details. That will be staff role. Or as Jessica, sorry, I was going to call you Jessica, but she loves to take a strategy and basically execute, right? So that's exactly what we think staff role should be. This is just a strategic plan. It's a table of contents from a plan that we did with the Lumber River Council of Governments. This was very much of an internal-facing plan, but I had it in a set of slides, so I thought I'd just throw it up there. But these are the kinds of things that I would say are important to put in your plan. And again, want to emphasize that the process of developing all that, I think, is as important as the content that you see in your plan. This is a strategic planning model. We talk about public leadership because it also talks about how you actually develop this. This is, again, not rocket science, but just to reiterate, this is where we're headed. At first, really thinking about envisioning your community, thinking about what is going on now that we need to be paying attention to, and what are the conditions that we're hoping to strive for. The next piece of that would be an act, right? How are we going to actually execute that? What are the specific tactics, action plans, and how do we allocate our resources? Again, those are people and money. And tie those to the plan, and then evaluate. How can we manage progress towards those goals, and how can we evaluate how well we worked? So this may look like other models that you've had, the plan, do, check. I think the one huge difference here is the publicness of this in terms of engagement, and it's actually obviously reflecting your priorities, but your priorities as I believe you understand them to be from the community members that you serve. And I don't know that I want to go into all of this, but we have provided sort of a set of questions. These are the kinds of things that we're actually going to really be digging into today. What is it that we look like, that you all look like? What is it that you want to look like? What's happening in the environment, and what plans and data already exists? So this morning we'll take a look at the pestle activity, and also Jessica will share some demographic data that she has about projections. And we were hoping to get to the goals and objectives. What new conditions would you like to see? What changes? What would be different? If you could actually create that, what would be different for New Bern? And these are some of the activities that accompany that, and I think you've got some of these in terms of there's even a glossary of key terms that are in your packet today, and some goal development. The values we're not going to get to today, but those are really, I think, core principles that guide the leadership and management style and help people in your community or in your organization really think about how their behaviors help further the vision. Some examples of values, and what you'll see is when you put up collaboration, well, that's a great word. Everybody, I think, loves to think we're all collaborators on things. I would challenge that to say, do you need collaboration on everything all the time? I would say the answer is no. But in this regard, we have a little bit of a definition about what these values mean. And that's what I'd like to encourage also, is not just a word, but maybe a sentence that describes that. because I think that helps others understand what you have in mind, others in this room, but also others in the community that you're going to be sharing your plans with, and helping them understand what are the values or what are the goals that you have. So encouraging you today to kind of put enough words around your thoughts so that we can document it and that it can be shared with others, particularly since you're missing one of your members today as well. Obviously, this blue doesn't show up all that well, but this is a vision statement. Again, it's a long-term priority, and it's a sort of an attainable maybe direction, but maybe not, much more aspirational. So these are definitions. These are examples, right? Vision is an opportunity for engagement, growth, and development throughout the region. That's pretty aspirational on the high level. The mission is the role of this particular COG to be proactive in identifying local and regional needs and the resources to address those in an effective and fair manner. So really, again, what makes that organization distinct in achieving that vision? And we hope to get to that conversation for you all in terms of what view do you have of the role of government in achieving the vision that you have for the community. We'll probably not get to this. I think I'm going to skip through. I will say that these goals may have the goal bucket of a sustainable funding, but the definition here, or the condition that you're hoping to achieve, is to ensure the economic future of the COG by increasing income and operational efficiencies. So that is clearly then a statement of where they want to be, not just a few words about sustainable funding. Does that make sense? Just encouraging kind of a further description of where you want to be with that. I think we're going to just kind of go through this one pretty quickly because I think these questions we will not get to today. But thinking about, again, putting the details on how we actually execute, that's probably not going to be the level of detail that you all as council and elected officials spend a ton of time, although I will say that you will have the opportunity to affirm that these objectives are the right tone and the right timelines for you all. And then thinking about resources. So one question I get a lot is, well, what if we just don't have the money to do anything? Should we just plan for the money that we have? And I say no, because you need to really be thinking bigger than that for your community. As an organization, you all as elected leaders, this is sort of the tone that you set. This is your role, is to think about the vision for the community and long term. And I feel as if you put blinders on by saying this is all the resources that we have, this is all we can do, then you're not really thinking up and long and broad enough. Because opportunities arise. I mean, who would have thought out of the pandemic that the opportunity for the ARPA funds, for instance, came available? And yet they were. And so communities that really had a sense of what their priorities are were fairly poised to take advantage of those ARPA funds. That's just sort of a serendipitous thing that happened. You didn't plan for it. But thinking about what you'd like to have happen, so if those things come available, you know which direction to move. I think it would be really helpful. Don't think we're going to get to this today or tomorrow. We won't for sure. Anything that you write in terms of an objective just should be, you've probably seen this before, SMART. I've seen these new ones be SMART-E. So specific, measurable, and I've put aggressive but attainable. So not so easy that you can get there in 2 years, not so aggressive that you can't make progress and you can't see and demonstrate progress. They need to be results-oriented, time-bound, inclusive, and equitable. So this is something we've probably seen, and I had an idea that we would get to this tomorrow, but we won't. So some suggestions about how to actually put together a well-written objective. Because after all, we do teach this stuff. And this is an opportunity to just say, for goal number 4, that they had a regional capacity building, they had a specific objective, and then get more specific around the tasks. The way I think about this is like a set of nesting dolls. So wherever you start with the goal, you can kind of keep getting more specific as you go. And that's just helps then create a real roadmap for you all at a higher level and for the staff at a very specific level. And as departments, you can find yourself in the plan in that regard. And then again, just thinking about the evaluation and managing your performance. How do you line people up? What do you track? Who has the data? This is, and then what do you do when you want to make changes? Whose responsibility is that? So things like timelines and conversations that feed into budget processes are examples of how you move into that. And then again, taking a look at the performance and what did you learn? Encouraging folks to really learn as you go. If you collected data and you're not doing anything with it, except looking at it, why do you have it? And again, these are some of the ways in which you would do that work, producing a calendar, project reports, annual reports, performance reviews, and things like that. These are examples of annual reports. It's also a prompt for me to say that I believe that you should be looking at your plans regularly. And by regularly, I would suggest annually. What's changed since the last time you looked at this plan or since you put it together? Is the context different? When I-40 gets closer to being a reality, what's going to be different for you? And so an annual look at it in some respects would be, I think, a very good practice. And these are some of the ways in which you kind of keep your plan active and alive and not sitting on the shelf. You could use it to benchmark. I would imagine that, Chief, you probably have an internal plan for your organization that kind of benchmarks against other places like yours, like New Bern, and you all can do the same with your organizational plan. Thinking about performance, again, are you getting the results that you want? Every time you put a budget request together, it should be reflective, in my opinion, of what you said is a priority in your plan. And those requests should tie to that plan. Using it as an internal communication about what's important, either in my department, how does my department work fit into this plan, using it to talk to other stakeholders, some of your key relationships, whether it's the community college or school system or whoever it is, just everyone in general, citizen engagement and education. So oftentimes, thinking about this as engagement and education, because there are times, at least unless you're different than other places, that people really don't understand what local government is. They don't understand what local government does. And so if you're asking them to weigh in on some of this, you may have to start with, well, here's some set of responsibilities, and here's the way we do it here. And then if you want to engage, they can offer some thoughtful input into what you're asking about. So it's just a really good, great conversation starter to be able to take your plan out to the Lions Club or the church conversation that you want to have or whoever. And then using it really as an employee orientation. This is what it's like to work for the city of New Bern. These are the values. This is the kind of culture that we have and that we're striving to have. And this is the way in which your work can help us further that plan. So those are ways which, if you have a plan, you should be using it. And that's really then helps it kind of stay alive. Does that make sense to folks? I really feel like I don't want to go. I want to do a mini lecture here, not a giant lecture. But some key points to make. And this also in terms of coordinating with goals. So who else has plans in your community that you need to be paying attention to? And I think Jessica's got a couple plans in hers that maybe tie to some of this work. And then who do you need to be talking with? Who are your stakeholders that maybe could be influenced by the development of this plan and by the plan itself? And I'm thinking a lot about community members here, and at some point we'll have to get into that conversation about how much is too much engagement and where do you want to be and all of that. So that was supposed to be tomorrow. We'll see where we go with And finally, since you have Colleen who loves to communicate, this is really important. Again, having a plan, but not having anybody know what it is or what the key messages are, or how they can be involved in learning about what you're doing. Those are all, and then also this idea of a dashboard. What's an easy way for people to find indicators of success? What is it you're working on? How do you know that you're being successful? And I would say that these don't have to be complicated. There are some really beautiful looking dashboards out there. But thinking about what you want to track and who wants to track it, what's involved in actually developing those indicators in the dashboard is something. And I will say also that everybody, no matter the size of their local government, can do this. It doesn't have to be a big, giant thing, but paying attention to some key indicators is really important. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. Sticking with it, status reports, we talked about that. Budgets, we talked about that. References to your strategic plan priorities in any of the discussions. To me, this plan should help drive your work sessions and your board meetings. Incorporating some of this into your culture and performance for employees. And then really just as a reminder about what you said was important. Discipline is remembering what you said is important. So helping to develop that discipline and the ways in which you can use this plan. The process, again, one of the things that we talked about with the staff was helping build internal capacity and using folks that you have to help do some of the pieces of this plan. And so that's the way we wrote this proposal is to do that. So I'm not coming in and doing for you, I'm doing with you. That's another important distinction. This is your work, and we're doing it together. And staff has a role in developing some of their capacity, but also developing pieces of the plan. And just in general, you may have seen this. I never really said much about me or the School of Government, so hopefully folks have heard from us about the School of Government and the literally 2,000 courses, 2,000 people a month that we serve, either as elected officials or as staff. We have a building full of attorneys. They have a legal perspective on just about everything. And this slide I actually took from an essentials of municipal government, which is something that we offer to newly elected folks. And so if you haven't been, I'd highly encourage that. It's good stuff. This slide really talks about this analogy here of the work plan, that the purpose and vision at the 50,000 foot level really is a big part of the role of council. And as the manager aptly said, his role is to support that. To moving down a little bit to establishing goals, yes, that's absolutely a council responsibility. Aligning those goals with resources and making sure that you've got the money and the people to do that work would be a staff role. Establishing and prioritizing those action items, again with help and input from your staff. And reviewing and adopting budgets and then preparing plans to oversee functions. So you'll see basically that the role of council is heavy on this end and diminishes somewhat when you get down to the day-to-day. That really is the staff responsibility to carry out those day-to-day responsibilities. So this is just, I think, a helpful piece in terms of thinking about the long-range planning. This is your work. This is the bulk of what your focus needs to be. Any questions, challenges, pushback to that? Got a quiet room? I'm going to share these with you later. I think we've probably talked about most of these already. I'd like to just call out this one, acting with intention, which I believe is what the purpose of today and this particular planning effort. Acting with intention to set a course of direction that moves your community forward towards your vision. If you do nothing, you might have a sense of what would happen. is that where you want it to be? Or do you want to actually craft and create and influence the way in which this community develops and the vision that you have? So these are some of the ways in which you engage in the planning. And I promised a bit of research. So we did some research at this point. It's probably been about 6 years ago. Our thought was, what difference does it make when we have plans in place between relationships, particularly relationships between council and staff? And we didn't see a huge difference, to be honest, but we did see some difference, particularly in municipalities. And we believe that when you had plans in place, relationships tended to be better because you had more clarity around where you're headed, what your priorities were, and whose role it was to actually get there. So another reason that we think it's important. And again, when you have that, it's easier to focus on the bigger picture. And it's easier to let staff kind of get that day-to-day stuff done. And not a lot of boards actually do a self-evaluation, but if they did, it was usually based on the strategic plan and that high-level vision and maybe some of those key indicators in the dashboards. And then finally, if you have a plan embedded in one decision-making process, it's likely to be in the others, like I mentioned around the budgets, for instance. So there's some really good research, I'd say, to suggest that this is a great thing that you're embarking on. This is a lot of chatting, and I didn't really want to talk at you for very long. And yet I wanted to kind of lay this groundwork for the process. And I guess to me, this is a good time. I know I've had some conversations with some of you, but if there are any questions about the process, the way in which we would be doing this work, or what the outcomes would be at the end, this would be a really great time to hear if you have those questions.
You're doing real well. I'm impressed.
Okay.
I mean, from the evaluation, it threw me, but now I'm beginning to be real impressed with what I'm seeing. I've been on the board a little while, and I love communication, and I think that this here should strengthen us. We have new members that just come aboard. A lot of communication needs to be done. I mean, it's constantly talk, respond, to make it work, to bring everybody together, to have strength. The longer the chain, the stronger the chain. The shorter the chain, the weaker the chain. So we need to make our chain stronger, communicate more, work more, have more honesty, more integrity, and work together as a team, you know? And a lot of people don't like that, but you know, to me, I don't care. The thing that it is, I like to see strong leadership, okay? I like to see everybody go get it. I like to know that if I call one person up, they don't even know what's going on because we don't have a communication skill that's built up. One person is trying to ride the boat by themselves, but it's not. It's more than one person on the boat. You know.
And governance actually is a shared responsibility, for sure.
And this is the time to make it work.
Well, and one of the things, because you do have relatively some new members on, is this is your opportunity to say, as a board, these are the things that are important to us. That could at times be a difficult conversation because you will not have universal agreement on that.
It's always difficult.
And yet, it's really important to say, this is where we want to head, and this is what we've actually achieved. So that whole evaluation piece helps you actually say, and this is what we've actually accomplished. Any other questions?
I think that one of the greatest barriers to that is the inability for the board to meet together and have a conversation without it being a quorum. And that is a huge barrier to communication and just sitting down saying, this is the plan. You know, we need those sessions, we need those opportunities in order for all of us to get on the same board, get on board. And that's a huge barrier.
Well, and that's the opportunity that you have today, because I don't intend to talk at you for much longer. I would like for you all to be moving into conversations with each other about some of these things that are that you see are the context with which you're operating, and then jumping into some of the things that you'd really like to see happen in your community. Other questions? So I'm constantly scanning the room and looking for head nods or whatever, and if I do that and I press, it's because I'm trying to check for consensus along the way. So just be aware that I'm not trying to be the obnoxious one, but I am trying to kind of make sure that we're all getting in agreement where there's no one that really has a question. This actually, thank you for this, Alderman Royal, that kind of led me to this next slide, and you have on your agenda these discussion guidelines for effective conversation. I just wanted to pick out a couple because I'd love for us to see if you are willing to practice these today. I will try and model these for you and use this in our discussions, but as we go into the discussion and you're sharing things that are important to you, one of the things that I think is really important is to explain your reasoning. I favor X, and I favor it because this is why it's important to me, or this is what I'm interested in having happen. That really helps me understand what your viewpoint is. And maybe if I just heard the first part of your sentence, I'm not sure I agree, but now that I understand more about why you're sharing that, I'm like, yeah, actually I agree with maybe not all of that, but part of it. And here's some concerns about what I think you're saying. And this may be a way that we could resolve some of those concerns. So just thinking about really kind of giving a more fuller picture of your thought processes to your colleagues would be helpful. It's absolutely fine to disagree. I'd be worried if you all agreed on everything. But doing so in kind of a respectful way it would help you all really have good conversations. So I would also say sharing all relevant information. That is not every piece of information, but every piece that may be relevant to this conversation. And this is an easy one to say. It's kind of a jargony one. Balancing advocacy with inquiry. All that simply says is, I have a viewpoint. I'd like to advocate, but I'm also very curious in your viewpoint, and so I'd like to ask you. Here's how I see it. What do you see? How do you view this, or what are the thoughts that you have on this? So really just trying to dig in a little bit deeper with your folks, because this is your opportunity to have conversations outside of formal meetings in ways that are just different when you have a retreat setting. Checking out some assumptions. We all make them. We have to get through the day. And we all think we know why we're making those assumptions. They may or may not be accurate. And so it's good to just pause every once in a while and say, I'm going to just check, because here's what I hear you saying. Is that accurate? And here's why I think you may be holding that viewpoint. Is that accurate? And oh, no, wait a minute. That's completely not what I meant. Let me start over, something like that. So I'm going to offer these as, and here's another one, sorry, this last one, reading on what important words mean. So oftentimes I'm going to hear these, and I'll make a note to myself on the flip chart to come back to that, because it's a word that if you that would be really pivotal in a conversation as it goes forward to make sure you have shared meaning, or at least understand if there are differences in the way in which words are used. One of my favorite working with elected officials is I want to be fiscally responsible. Never ever heard one that said I want to be fiscally irresponsible. However, fiscal responsibility has at least 5 or 6, if not more, shades of meaning about what that is. And so that's an example of one where I'd say, let's dig in a little bit deeper. How do you see that? How would you define that? What are the ways in which we would know we would be fiscally responsible? So that's an example of defining kind of what important words mean. So do these, what are your thoughts about this? Do you have any ground rules, discussion guidelines that you use that are effective, or are you willing to see if we can use these today? I've seen 3 nods in the room so far.
You're in charge.
Well, but it's your discussion.
If we decide we don't like it, I'm sure we'll speak up.
I think
Sharing the information.
Yeah.
That we need to share the information. As Alderman Warren said, if we're not all engaged at one point, we're setting one meeting, then other aldermen are not informed of what's going on. So we need to work harder on that. As far as I'm concerned, we need to work harder on sharing the information.
Well, this is a good opportunity to do that, so. All right, well, I think what I hear is, willing to give it a shot, willing to, okay. All right, and that actually brings me, to the end of my long soliloquy. And we got through that faster. Maybe it's because I was just so nervous that I was already putting you behind. What I think I'd like to do is, you all probably, can we take an early break? So let me set up the next conversation. Are there things about here that we need to talk about? Everybody knows where the bathrooms are, right in here. Water is somewhere. Somebody thankfully got me a water.
I want to know where the thermostat is.
That's probably a state secret, not allowed to be shared with anyone. So can we take, maybe we can meet at 10:30?
You've given her hope.
So we've wandered through the getting started part and gotten now to the part where it's really helping us think about some of the context and thinking about the circle. This is where we're in the envision and what's the context with which you're operating. And some of that is historical, and much of it is what we think the trends are going to be and what's happening. And so in this next little bit, we're going to hear from Jessica a presentation about some of the projected demographics and kind of what we think will be shifting. And then we'll move into the conversation about the environmental scan that I asked you to do in the survey, which I had at least 25 responses, so thank you. And we'll do that as a tabletop exercise. But I'm going to turn it over to Jessica to kind of get us in the mood of thinking about our context.
All right, thank you. So I've been asked to spend 5 or 10 minutes just going through some of our growth patterns. I think the best way to look at where we're going forward is to look at where we've been and where we are. So we're going to look at some slides that show those things and reference back to some of our land use plans. Of course, strategic plan is sort of a plan for how we evolve as a community, whereas day to day, my day job is how we evolve physically. And so our most recent census data here, of course, is 2020. And from the 10-year count, our population did go up a bit to 31,291, which, the way we feel like we're growing, I don't think those numbers are actually demonstrating massive growth, but it is demonstrating a steady increase. Our median age of someone that lives here, and I mention this because those are the types of services that we need to provide and grow into, is 42 years, and that is broken down in a great deal of detail, probably hard to see there at the bottom. But we do also have an increasing aging population, and I mention that because New Bern is not prepared with the type of age-in-place facilities right now that we would need to see to keep accommodating an aging population. And so when we look at redoing our zoning map, when we start doing our land use ordinance update, that will be accompanied by a map update. We're going to need to look at providing zones where we can accommodate some of these types of uses and housing types. This is just showing on a graph from 2010 to 2020. And then here, this is looking at some of our housing. You will note that we have a great deal of renter-occupied housing in the city of New Bern. That's a little bit higher than most communities. And the image on the left shows our owner-occupied, and then our owner-paid-off houses, and then the remainder of that on the right there is renter-occupied housing. And the next image on the right shows occupied housing units and then vacant housing units. And, well, that's just not houses ready to buy or move into vacant housing units. Many of those are storm damage still from Florence and otherwise uninhabitable housing units. Median value of occupied housing units, that from the last 5 years. Obviously, that's very low. This does not accommodate the massive inflation that's happened in the last 2 to 3 years on our housing stock. This looks a little bit deeper into who's composing our population. Again, right now, we only have 378 people in a nursing home type environment. However, we do anticipate that would likely go up as we attract more and more retirees, particularly from out of state. And our households here, married families with no children under 18, that's about half of our population, and the rest of it broken down there by head of household for 8,225 families. In the last 5 years, we've issued 1,236 single-family home permits. It's a little bit slower than some of our neighboring communities. If you look up here, you'll see where those areas are. That's where we have grown. We point out those heat maps. That's where we either need or will need more facilities, public facilities, which is planning for those as part of strategic planning. And then our vacant single-family home parcels. These are parcels that are plotted in approved subdivisions but not yet built. So let's call attention to those heat maps. Again, call attention for facility and service planning reasons. Multifamily projects, we are hearing a lot about affordable housing and how we need affordable places for families just kind of starting out in your career to live. And so for the last 5 years, we have added 1,253 of those units in these areas.
Jessica, what's the average occupancy that you look at for a unit? Because obviously they're 1 bedroom up to 4 bedroom, I assume.
I don't have enough information to answer that question, honestly.
So if we just assume that 2, that would be.
I would assume 2. Now, surprisingly, many of the apartment buildings we're building right now are 2 and 3 bedrooms. So I think 2 is a safe assumption.
So that would, and what my point is we've essentially issued permits for enough housing to handle all of our growth based off of the census.
If you go by this data, yes, we could assume that.
Did you say that was affordable housing? We've added 1,253.
If you want to consider an apartment unit an affordable, I would say apartment is an affordable housing option. I'm not talking about low income or government subsidized housing, but something that might be affordable to your average person just starting out in their career or a young family. So 1,253 apartment units we issued permits for over, I think, 3 projects, or maybe 4.
I would actually caution making that assumption out of the law because that has proximity apartments on there, which is, we don't know the prices for those if they're advertising luxury. And then you've got the Meridian down there, which is the age in place, which is quite expensive for that demographic.
People are still interested in bringing commercial activity to the city of New Bern. 137 commercial permits, or at least all for new businesses. No, when you do significant work, you also need to have a permit. But 137 of those permits issued. This is if you're tracking over the last 5 years. You can see 2020, 2021 during that pandemic building boom, that was the highest, and we tapered off significantly the last fiscal year on single-family residential. And those are for issued permits, not for plotted tracts. That's why we're seeing a little bit of a difference when we compare those numbers. This is a similar graph for commercial construction. About in line with our neighbors. We have several relatively recent adopted physical land use plans, the MTP for transportation our bicycle and pedestrian plan. And the county also has a comprehensive transportation plan, which is known as the CTP, which is relatively recent, last year. So these areas, the city elected to focus in on some areas. That's why when we look at a rezoning and we compare the zoning district to what's in a land use plan, you see our 2010 land use plan reference and also the 2022 land use plan. So if a rezoning is in one of these three areas, we also point out that how we said we wanted to grow in this plan, and it's in those three areas, which are indicative of where we're growing as well. We're redeveloping. And then we have our funded transportation projects. So these are on DOT's schedule to actually happen. They're already budgeted. Transportation projects are typically planned 20 to 30 years out. These are the ones coming the fastest. Should not be a surprise that anyone here on these three projects, but they certainly will impact where growth happens as we make it easier to get around. And then these are on the wish list, but moving forward here, Alderman Brinson, you're probably familiar with this list, so look it up in case anyone else isn't. We are seeing an increase in the desire for public transportation. You'll see in 2018 and 2019 there's a little bit of increase. Nobody was going anywhere for 2 years. That dipped down, but the desire for that fixed route ridership is going back up. This was provided by our new MPO administrator, and she's working really hard to get funding to expand and provide those services for us. And then we recently did our economic development study, which did give a number of, I won't go into this too much, you just got a deeper dive on it last month, but there are a number of businesses that people would utilize in New Bern if they were here, and so of course our economic development department is looking at methods of recruiting those types of businesses so that business is done in New Bern and not online or in Kingston or Jacksonville or Greenville or Moorhead. And lastly, this is something that more recently has come up, but we have staff in development services and the fire department has been participating in a lot of meetings about wildfire mitigation, and you'll see these areas are the target areas where it is likely that wildfire could impact, and we are growing into these areas. And so they tell us, like a major hurricane shows up every 5 or 10 years, we're used to that we need to start planning in the city of New Bern and the city of Hadlock as well, that we're going to see a major wildfire like we had probably every 10 years moving forward due to changed weather patterns. That's what I have.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions for Jason?
Jessica, I assume your information is all with respect to municipal boundaries, municipal boundaries?
Yeah, that's where the data is based on.
So I guess I'd just make an editorial comment for the betterment of all that the utility serves outside of that. So there's pressures on the utility that go beyond just the municipal city limits.
Yeah, so thank you for that. That I think is helpful to kind of give a bit of context. The exercise that I asked you to think about when and do the survey online was from your perspective, doing an environmental scan and using the acronym PESTLE to do it. I like the PESTLE because it's somewhat easy to remember. Thinking about the various changes that are happening and whether that has in the political realm, in the environmental realm, in the societal realm, in the technology realm, in the legal, and also in the, did I just say environmental, and the economic. See, there's 2 E's, so that trips me up a little bit. And there was quite a lot of conversation and input on the survey. which is great. And what I wanted to do now is to give you an opportunity to really have some discussion about what these changes are, whether there's a question that you have or you see. I've actually got them on index cards, and I'll give you the directions in just a second. Wondered if there are questions that you have about kind of what these things mean, and then really thinking about or what the trend means, what the implication is, what's the impact of that likely to be on New Bern, and I'll just pick one for an example. So this is the one on environment. And it says, I'm just going to pick one, it says flooding into Berna. So that I assume that means that there's a lot more flooding going on than there has been. If you have a question about this, I want to put you at tables and really thinking about, well, what does this mean? And what is the impact that we have then thinking forward of how the city needs to respond to that? And what's the timeline in terms of the sense of urgency about when we need to do something around that? And there may be others in here, there likely are, around stormwater or other flooding issues. I know that there's one around wildfires, because that slide caught my eye. Obviously, with Maui on our minds, it's going to be something that maybe we didn't think about even 2 months ago, that we're definitely thinking about now. Something I will say that one of the last times I did this, even just 2 years ago, the number of folks that have said climate change has gone up dramatically, because we're all now experiencing this in ways that we didn't before, or maybe it was a theoretical thing, and now it's a real thing that we're experiencing. So what I'd like to do is to put you in groups. I'm going to ask that each of the elected officials take a group, and I'll tell you which table it is. And you may not get seated at the table that you want, but we're all going to have conversations on this. And then split up and have some conversation at your table about where do you see things that are similar. So you might see several folks that had the same response or a similar response. And maybe you can group them on your table, lay them all out and group them with the similar items on the table. What we're trying to get a sense of, and you'll say, well, why did we print things if everybody, 5 or 6 people said it? Well, I think that's part of what we want to do, is to see where's the energy, where is there common knowledge or information around some of these things that are going to be impacting New Bern. And so I'm going to ask you to do that first, and just kind of see what's on the table, where are there like things that you can group on your table, and then I'm going to ask you to walk around a little bit, then go back to your table and see what other people have put. Go back to your table and think about the impact. Like, what does that mean? So if there's more flooding, what does that mean? What do we need to be doing differently? And I'd like for you to kind of just make a list of that. I've given you stickies. You can do it on a set of stickies, and then we can place it on the timeline over there. Or you can just make a list on your on a piece of paper, and I can put a piece of flip chart paper at each table. So just trying to get a sense of, again, engaging, talking with one another, understanding what the issues are, and potentially what the impacts are. So is that clear what we're going to do? I'm going to give you maybe 25, 30 minutes to have a conversation. Now it's getting warm. This is the problem with the thermostat. It's either warm or it's hot. Well, for me it's warm or hot, but yes, for some people it's cold. It's all right. Personal conversation. So this one should be political. This one should be economic. This one should be societal. This one should be technology. Mariah, welcome. This one's legal. And this is Mariah, my graduate assistant. She's in the MPA program. We'll be graduating soon, looking for work. Maybe you've got work. And then this one is environmental. And so other than, I'm going to ask each of the elected officials to sit at one of those tables. I don't really care how you break up, if you want to do it just because you want a table, but I'd like to make sure that we have sort of equal representation at the table. So I don't want to make you count off if we don't have to.
I think so.
Don't necessarily have to bring everything down.
We're supposed to go with the workshop.
That's right. Welcome
Oh, so nobody's over there.
Yeah, this is, we gotta have to have.
This one is political. We don't have, anybody else would like to join at this table?
Wow, you look like a volleyball player.
So I was thinking that they might actually. Now here's my debate. I thought about that on the top of the option, that's where I did remind generate a list, so I think better encourage them to make a list of the impacts on every street.
Can you coach me here for a minute?
Yes.
So we're supposed to sort these out in areas of interest?
Well, just look through that and discuss it and see if there's any clarifying questions that you have about it. If there are ones that look similar, you might group them. But what we're shooting for is a spread on your table so that others can then walk around and see what are the things that are jumping out.
Okay.
And then we'll have a conversation about what the impact should be. So some of this is a combination of impact, and some of it is a trend. It doesn't have to be exact impact. It's one is a discussion of what are the things in this realm that are jumping out. These are just literally everybody's answers in that paragraph. That's exactly right. So, as I've said that about the impact, big impacts.
This is great. I don't know where the others are, there's one here somewhere, and there's
Oh, in leadership.
Oh, yeah. Non-partisan.
Yeah, I thought it
Social media is social media influence, lack of bipartisanship, transparency, there's an appearance where city and county have equal relations.
Can you do one like this, but in different colors?
Response to social media posting became reactionary.
Well, that was before I get more. Plus, it's just easier to say.
Critical infrastructure Senate bill, supply chain that will allow us to buy materials without having to go to
One of the things that is that we had our rebates by COVID as well.
This one's mine.
Especially when you look at the demographic trends, when you have over population who may not be there. How do we address that?
In 1 to 2 years.
Rent security mandates. New board members. Access to housing and civil rights. When everybody says we're going to promote renewal of that's an environmental too. The administration that we have now has somebody in the housing or drugs and crime.
Right, so that's an example of, I'm not sure of the right category. So.
10 years, I think.
Or the 15 years
cyber.
Yeah.
Transparency. Government grants these alternatives to traditional
Some people found that maybe they were like in the wrong category.
Well, we did.
Here's out here.
Yeah, I was going to give one of our one over there?
Oh, okay. All right. And then I'm going to have to walk around and then I'm going to actually take them back and think about what these trends are, these themes.
Increase resources.
To me, this is not what I expect. Because what I'm looking at is, this is just my opinion. When I brought up the last meeting that combined this that's my term of knowledge of pre-planning. Are we happy with what the managers doing?
They were handed out
These hard policies, what have we achieved in the last 6 months? This year has nothing to do with it. That's why I told you I was impressed, but she showed a good game. And she showed us, and I mentioned that was a good game. She had nothing to do with what we supposed to be before. I mean, you
everything else you can do with it.
that's what I think. That's what I think.
Definitely want to shift into that. We want
to look at what
So you got some themes going on here. Well, so what I'm going to do is walk you through a sense of what the themes are. This is the economic.
Global warming,
If you have a power play, maybe this is the right category, that's fine too. So I think what we want to do is I'm going to ask you for a brief report out from your table, what are the themes that you're seeing? And then move into, okay, and all of you, what does that mean to you? What are the implications, or what are the impacts of this might be, and then we'll have to ask, maybe listen to you and
Coming election cycle, volatile,
what I'd like to do
it's like we were saying earlier, some of these things will come out later after we plug in the ground root of the situation. Then you look at what that are things that you have to follow. You have to put yourself in place. Yeah, get the foundation. So then you can get the people around you. I can't follow this. You know, that's why I say I didn't care. I just didn't care. I see the work in the state. And then later on, politics, and I already was trained and learning how the government works, what you have to do within your organization. The best manager I ever had, my Harrison, he didn't put nobody straight. He tried to set up he just tell you find another job because this is not what I do. I'm a show. And I just don't see it. And this is I told you why there's other two people that I directly go to. I'm going to say this needs to be done.
All right, I wonder if we're at a stopping point. Now that I've got you talking, I hate to have you ask to stop talking. What I love though is you do great work going on at the tables, identifying some of the themes and trying to make some sense of all of these responses. And can we just get like a brief report out? Like what are you finding in these categories? What are some of the themes that are emerging? And maybe there are questions from other tables about what you're seeing. And then we'll really kind of get into the conversation about, so what? What does that mean then for New Bern? But I wonder if we could just have a brief report out from each table, and then again, thinking, are there questions that you have based on that? Okay.
We're at the environmental
Okay,
table.
time's up, sorry. That's my timer.
We're at the environmental table and looking through all of the little comments. I mean, resiliency of systems, and the impact of growth. So you want us to elaborate a little bit on
If
that
you'd
as
like to
well?
give a couple of examples about why you moved it that way?
Okay. Well, based on the number of cards here in each category, okay, that's how we based it. And for as giving out the information, I'm gonna let these two experts here. Jordan with the water, towards the flooding and wildfires and yeah.
Yeah, so just on how we grouped everything.
Yeah, well, I think I know how you grouped. I mean, obviously the frequency had something to do with it. And so what you've got are those are the themes. Let's just hold that there. Let's look at the other places and then we'll move into the next part. So your table here was which category?
Legal.
And what'd you find?
That everybody thinks something has something to do with legal. So we had a stack of cards, and a lot of it we just took out because we didn't feel like it was within our local purview. So we grouped it together, basically development services, land use, things like that. We've got some police, public safety concerns, and then we've got 3 that we felt like probably was relevant, but we didn't know exactly what the person meant, so we left them in here so when we all go around it. One was FLSA, new overtime rules. I assume this was fire department, because I think they have some odd scheduling with overtime. First Amendment rights, we didn't know if that meant for employees or whether that was the public. And then program participation liability.
And this is because, we just sorted by table. So if anybody that recognizes your response and wants to clarify, this is a great opportunity to do that right now.
I was the one that did that, Melissa.
Oh, that should have been.
And the reason I put that in there is because if that does pass, and it will have an impact on us, and who we have to, pay overtime to versus not. We may have to do some regrouping and reclassification, so it could affect us much different.
And the other 2 were?
First Amendment right. And then program participation liability.
That was mine, as far as participating in programs that we offer, liability, that is, can lead to, addressing that.
So are there any other questions that folks have about the legal or anything else that popped up? I mean, obviously, there was the ability to answer this in a wide variety of ways. Some of them could be at the very local level of the organization, community, state, federal, world, climate change. I mean, so, it's all relevant. It's all happening, or it's all fixing to happen. And starting to sort then by the next layer, which is, and what will the impact locally be, and how do we need to prepare for that? So that'll be the next step in the conversation. So you're already doing some sorting around that.
And we noticed that some of the answers were more federal or national themes. One of them was the legalization of marijuana. I'm not sure how much of a part the city has in that. Another was critical race theory in schools. We don't have to argue over the school system. Important legal themes, but maybe not something at our municipal level that we use.
Thank you. And your table was?
Technology. So we had several themes which we broke into, one of them being internal technology, some of them policy, basically electronic and digital signatures, all the way up to smart device capabilities, robots, electric vehicles, optimizing, integrating legacy systems. So we classified all of those as internal. External technology, we talked about fiber optic connectivity, reliable internet, and 5G technology, smart city sort of things. And then there was a theme on security cameras. And then communications was a big one when we were talking about anything from updated customer information systems to kiosks for customers, visitors, to social media, real-time information. And then the last one kind of didn't really fit in our category, we don't think, but looking at everything else, it really didn't fit anywhere else. There was workforce and workplace, and those were work from home options, which is probably technology, but then there were some inadequate succession plans, department depth, and appearance, disinterest in hiring staff to support technology. So a little more personnel related.
And did you all had all of the artificial intelligence
Yes.
cards? Which, that was the one that struck me as I was like, I'm gonna run out of cards. Because everybody had an AI, so that might be a technological innovation, but that might have implications for everybody in this room in terms of how things go. So that question about impact is gonna be big, and we'll get to that discussion next. Any questions you all have about technology, thoughts that you thought you had offered that aren't reflected in what's been discussed so far?
We wondered that kind of on electric vehicles, there was one school of thought of how would we use electronic vehicles for the city versus having the capability for folks to plug in those types of vehicles, as you see more and more of those things being used by our citizens.
And that is, realistically, that's what you'll see in this development of the plan is an internal focus. What do we need to be looking at? Our work from home policies, or what do we need to be encouraging our community members in terms of work from home policies and or infrastructure to do that, or implications for our community. So almost everything might have an internal focus as well as an external focus. So we're kind of just getting started on this conversations. Any other questions? All right, in this back table?
So ours is societal, and we have three common themes that we see in here was culture and values, affordable housing, and health and wellness. So when we looked at culture and values, we talked about the people moving here, generation gaps, people that currently live here, social inequality, sensitive needs, and lack of support and trust on that portion. Affordable housing, which goes back to what we seen on the PowerPoint earlier, is available housing to adjust to the newer age of people, the rates, increased rental properties, homelessness, and once again, the rates came up. With S2, we also looked at health and wellness. And we talked about mental health, healthcare needs for the future, and short and long term. Homelessness again came back up in pilots of the
And are there any that you didn't know what to do with or you had questions about?
They more or less come out in three major groups. We had some abnormalities of some of them, but as we talked with you, it's some of the things that we've already seen through studies and research and analysis, talking to her and her background and her research.
This, by the way, is Mariah.
Right.
Mariah is the research assistant is going to be working with me this year, and this is the room. And she's actually taken a look at some of these responses and done a little bit of work with them already, but I want to make sure you all had a chance to take a look at that as well. So I think I might actually ask you to run through and see if this works. See if the rings true based on what you put together for the slides. And this table is economic.
Yes, so we had a couple of outliers, but the number one theme that kept coming up was inflation, general inflation comments. Our second highest theme was affordability and sustainability, and that was kind of regarding life in general. And then kind of tied with that was availability and affordability of housing. And our fourth highest stack closely in numbers anyway was our labor force, flexible work options, remote work options, and people just not wanting to work or not be trained to work in general. We grouped all those together in labor force issues. But other recurring themes that had enough to mention were the rapid growth, the impacts of online commerce, lack of competitive salaries in the area, public transportation, and the gap between the rich and the poor widening.
So even though that's economic, it's somewhat societal. So these are sort of interrelated and interdependent in some And you'll find that in the development of your plan, that's probably going to be true as well, as you'll have goals that are going to hit multiple aspects of where you want to see things be different. Questions that you all have for the group or that the group has for your table? All right, and then you all have the political.
Yeah, I think being the political, as was sort of pointed out, with being that it was the first group, I think we had it was an original dumping ground, so we had things in here that were sort of outliers, were like cyber issues. We had some concerns here with policing and funding of policing and issues like that. The number one concern category seems to be citizens' input and transparency, with several concerns for that. We also got several on the leadership. We talked about having new leadership, the turnover, the lack of DEI or lack of bipartisanship. It's what was drawn in there a few times. Again, transparency with elections and stuff. They had several comments about that.
So I'm curious, because when I was doing this and I saw several on transparency, I was like, what about transparency? Because again, with one word, I don't understand what the context for that. Does that mean there's a lack of, or y'all are doing a great job on being transparent? I don't know.
And that's, we were seeing transparency, that's one word, and then you have one lack of transparency, input by decision makers. Recurring more, recruiting more community input. So what was, I guess what was apparent to us was there's a perception that the transparency of where the decision makers are getting their information from to make those decisions is not always clear.
Do you have questions for others, or do others have questions for this table?
I think the only thing that we have it in our groupings, and several that it had to do with a lot of federal decisions, federal and state decisions that we, again, like someone mentioned, that we don't have any control over, but it seems like federal income taxing, climate and environment decisions that would be on that level that we would have to implement, I think.
And it's important to understand context all the way around, from the local level on up. And even if there's not necessarily any direct impact now, to be aware of that and to be, thinking about what those implications could be, like if the FLSA stuff, is exactly what this planning process needs to kind of keep you nimble in terms of where do you need to flex and move into potentially. So I'm not too surprised there's a mix of that. So what I'd love for you to do, Mariah took a look at this stuff last night. It's been, as you might know, kind of a traumatic couple of days on campus. So last night she took a look at this information and put together a couple slides that I'd like her to show, if you want to do that, and just talk through what you saw. And so I think then from your table's perspective, is there stuff that you see that you didn't see originally, or things that you saw that she didn't see? Are we on the right track by developing the things? And then I want you to really think about what the impact might be locally before lunch.
Yeah, so I started with political as the first letter in pestle. Some of the comments were around media and social media. I think what you guys were touching on was what can we do in this community as town leadership and town staff. And I think a lot of the times it's how do you respond to things as well. So being proactive in some ways, yes, but also how are you going to react to things that are happening in media, things that are happening on the national level, like you're saying. There are some comments about nonpartisanship, polarization, political views, and maybe this is happening on a local level, maybe they're referring to federal level. That wasn't particularly clear, I think. And then just elections, leadership transition. Anytime there's election, having new elected officials coming in potentially, how do you just make that as smooth as possible?
and make sure everybody's on the same page. I saw a few comments on policing, and I think that's one of those of where does this fall into the pestle analysis of, is it a political thing, is it a policy thing, it kind of touches in a few different areas. And also political was, as you had said, the community involvement, demands, activism, bringing in information from citizens, but also being transparent and putting out information. And then again, state and federal regulations, relationships, maybe not something the town has complete control over, but does have to respond to in some way. So I think I definitely picked up a lot of the same themes. Oh, and if anybody has any questions,
I thought the police role and funding was pretty good. It was named, one said difficult funding decisions. I think we group those together and say, hey, when you're talking staffing and funding, it's a balance of what you can afford.
Yeah, and I think this is one of those, is it more political, is it more societal, social, it's kind of not a clear cut that goes in this category. Economic next, so inflation, interest rates, I think we've all heard a lot about that, and experienced it as well. Income disparity, competitive wages, that was touched on already. Recruitment and retention, that kind of goes into some of this income and salaries as well. Population changes and growth. I really loved how the societal social group was talking about cultures and values and how that ties into that as well. And yeah, housing affordability, again, inflation, interest rates, very connected to that. And just overall the strengthening economy and revenue expectations. So, we could talk about inflation rates, and that's nothing that the local government has control over, but how will that impact revenue, and how will we go forward with that? Any questions or comments about economics? And then for social or societal, I think this is the phrase that we're using, either one is totally fine. This category covered so many different things. I think it was hard to choose categories. So we have underserved populations is kind of how I described it, of homelessness, mental health, historically marginalized communities. It is a very diverse community, and how do you serve everybody and reach their needs? And again, housing comes up, and not just in New Bern, this is overall in North Carolina, living in the Triangle, this is something that comes up in our local governments as well. Definitely a trend. And trust in government and communication with the community. So this is again talking about, this may be a local problem, this may be a national problem, not 100% clear from the comments. And then technology as well. So some of these, the categories weren't as clear of social media, remote work came under the social societal, some of the comments, but I was maybe that's more technology. Any questions about the social societal things? Anything that still left? At any point, feel free to raise your hand and interrupt me if you have anything to add or any questions. Technological, there were quite a few comments about artificial intelligence, and I think I agree with the table that was working on that, how relevant is that to our local government, and how I think it's something that's so new, we may not know how to respond to it yet. And so it's something we can easily push aside, but maybe we should focus more on it if it is something new that we need to understand better. And then we have the reliance of technology versus going paperless. There was a few comments about, oh, we should go paperless, and I was we use technology too much, we rely on it too much. So that kind of internal struggle, I think, as well, is important to note. And cybersecurity, that's one of those internal services they were talking about. Internet for residents came up a few times. There's two of your comments about not all residents have access to internet, and what impact does that have on communication or something like that. And then just IT staffing and training. I think in general local governments this is something they struggle with, is recruiting top tier IT talent and making sure they're training and staying on par with the private sector. It's something that I've noticed in other communities as well.
And I think you all actually even parsed it out at your table in a little bit more specific ways. And so between the two, this is great. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think from the legal perspective, I took this I interpreted this a little differently than the table that was working on that. Some of the comments were, like they said, not particularly local government related, but it could have some impact eventually. Just having a litigious society, so a lot of the comments are like, people will sue anybody over anything. And maybe that's not a local government, something they can change, but then maybe something they have to respond to if involved in one of these situations. There was some talk of ordinances and land use. Not my specialty, and I think this is one that could be talked more about from a community perspective of people who are more familiar with what's going on here. And then there was talk of Supreme Court rulings, constitutional challenges, that kind of stuff. That's definitely federal level, but how does the local government level respond to these things, or do they have a role in these things at all?
So if I could comment on that Supreme Court constitutional challenges, yes, it is a federal issue that makes or creates mandates at the local level. So simply because the case law is generated in Washington, D.C. does not mean the impact is huge in New Bern. So that's the point that I wanted to make on that part.
Yeah, and I definitely think that's, sometimes it's one of those confusing things, like working in local government even is what is the purview of local government and what isn't. And I think that finds me blurry sometimes of how relevant is it to the work that you do and understanding that. And that's another one of those being proactive and reactive. There are places where we can be proactive and do things, and then there are situations like this where we have to be reactive. If a ruling comes down, you have to adjust your budget, you have to do certain things mandated to some degree. So just being aware of what's coming down the pipeline, I think, would be very helpful. And then for environmental, some of the things that were like, they could be internal to the town, but also more like just out in the community, talking about like carbon reductions, renewable fuel, electric cars. I'm not sure to what extent New Bern as a town participates in this. I know, like, for example, I'm interning for the town of Apex, and they do a lot of this internally for their fleet and things like that. But I've noticed in North Carolina, it's a wide variety of how engaged communities are with this, can vary definitely. There's some talk of hurricane, flood resiliency. I think it's definitely something that, could be a federal thing, could be a state thing, could be a local thing. It affects everybody to some degree. Same thing with wildfires. Climate change, extreme weather, very broad topics of just being emergency preparedness. I think this all falls into that. And then waterways, and there was some stormwater comments and stuff. And so yeah, that's what I found by looking through it, and just based on my experience. Maybe not, the New Bern perspective, but what I've seen.
So the detail that you all have, I think is going to be very helpful as we pick up these and then flesh these out in terms of analysis. What I think some groups have already started to move into, and what I'd like for you to do between now and lunch is, so what? So what will the impact be? What are the implications? If you, and some groups are doing it around this timeline, like are they short-term, are they long-term, are they ongoing? Or just make a list of some of those impacts. Happy to have you just do that, and we've got some poster paper for each table if you'd like to make a list. So moving into that discussion next about the impacts is what I'd like for you to do. And lunch, so we have about 20 minutes for that. So, of the things we talked about in this category, what difficult funding elections, is there anything that you want to be thinking about as a response? There's demand more for less. Does that have a limiting factor for you all? No, it's an opportunity to educate citizens about what does government do? What is that? So just thinking about how much is the trend impact what you want them to do in the future. Either way, because I love that your categories are one level and my categories are every other class. What would the difference be? Just thinking about what if that citizen input, what is it to do that needs to engage on what are the ways
I think
jump start into some kind
I take this whole thing, policy, kickoff. How many would I do?
I would rather than no one can take it.
This is not strategic planning to an organization to grow, to expand, to make difference. I can't have it
Carolina colors and from Bern, you really care what's going on. And I'm using that as an example to say, I don't know. All I know. I don't use
my job is to sit down and make a decision based on the needs of the city operation. Okay, how to make sure that staff is what they do to operate. They're giving me something that's been looked at this is regulated effect, but we already know that. But how can we allow? It's like this, they can go back and say, tell there's no say, how can I make it also? I'm just trying to tell the city. In your community, you build it. My discussion is March 7th is to discuss that's on March 7th, and then fix it. And then leave the other building. Strengths and our weaknesses. We all are great. But we have to listen to to say, if you get over, you it's nickel and dime. Okay? So, we just look at the field that's unbuilt with everybody and sell off. That's costing you, it's nickel and dime. That's not been talked about. But you still get nickel and dime. The working conditions are not good. But you're going to talk about I mean, to me, that's like I have to feed and sit here and talk about we used to be
So you've got some responsibility for preparing. What I'm trying to do is kind of see what are the implications. And then, what I'm trying to do today is kind of respond or even the next part. You can share lunch about some exploration. A lot of reports, and
Are you out and about? Can you take it to Kell Road? And Christina, thank you so much.
When I worked in this we looked at the sheet. What holds you together? Where are you weak in? What do you need to do to strengthen the players that play on the team? I trained 3 heavyweight champions in the board. I have to go in and find out what do you do? You build a team. You got to be a mean dude. Crazy. Yeah, you got to be crazy, you know? But I can't get this. This doesn't tell me that I got broke down building here. I got 200 pounds over here. I got broke down food building over here. I'm this ain't telling me nothing about how you get this thing building across the city. You know, hey, Mark, you got stand shit.
You're gonna talk about
I mean, I'm open to that.
And they should be talking about the utility commission.
If it's not.
So, I mean, I don't know if you want to do something that is of concern.
We're trying to find, I guess, more general things, because that is a little bit like, how do we represent that? How do we get that something to talk about? I guess the general concern, because I think there was that leadership, definitely that leadership. But they don't know that leadership. Election,
It got ordered by the general. I agree.
I don't know what they fall over the place.
Well, to me, it's
That was part of the equation to start with.
There's 5 here, and I wonder where.
they're all right. But they were pushed off into the floor. Because they're different. And they are. And I'm not arguing that, I'm just saying.
I'm sure that was it.
Yeah, just throw a bucket of oil, bunch of paint, now spread it. So what is the drama on campus?
So if you've got some notes from this part of the conversation, make sure you get them captured. And they all the time are great and not.
Right, yeah, keep them on.
So thank you for lunch. We had a good morning that we got started with a discussion about getting started, laying the groundwork for what we were going to be doing with regard to strategic planning, a little bit about what a plan could look like and will look like, a bit about what these discussions will be like, what the role of staff versus council or all Board of Aldermen would be in the development of the plan, and some sorting of roles and responsibilities. So all of that happened this morning before lunch. And then we heard some growth and trend slides from Jessica in terms of kind of what are some of the projections, what are the changes that have already been happening for your community, and what are some of the things that you think will be happening, or, and I think this is a perfectly good term, are fixing to happen to your community that you need to be paying attention to. And so we then took the responses that you all offered in the pre-retreat survey, had a chance for you to look at those things at your tables and really have conversation with your table mates about what those things mean and what they could mean for your community. So I'll just note that I've hung pieces of paper over here about the impacts, because then you switch to thinking about some of those potential impacts. And I know we have some on the timeline, but I don't want to lose some of the notes that you made. So for the various tables, if we've got sticky notes I just want to make sure we capture them over here before we leave today. So just don't want to forget those notes. The kinds of things that you talked about, some of them were potentially negative impacts, some of them were maybe neutral impacts, some of them could be positive impacts. But all of them have a potential implication for your community. Some of them, I would wonder, if you did nothing, is that where you want to end up? Or do you want to really kind of think about changing the trajectory of some of those trends into a vision that is more consistent with the one that you'd like to develop? And so we're switching a little bit to go from the trends, whether they're local, whether they're national, or even international or worldwide, to something more specific. And I asked you as homework to fill out a SOAR analysis, which is really the opportunity to kind of think about what kind of assets do you have here? What are the strengths that you have in your community? What are some of the opportunities that you have going on? It's a little bit different than a SWOT analysis, where you might do strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. This, I ask you to spend attention on the strengths, opportunities, aspirations. What is it that you really aspire for your community? And then what results will you hope to achieve? Now, I may have complicated things a little bit. I wanted to make sure that we didn't get them all channeled in one particular area. So I gave you the opportunity to think about either what you do, how you do it, or who is doing that kind of work. It's okay if you put them all in one page versus another page. It's just a matter of trying to make sure you get a broader perspective than just everything's about how you do, the work that you do, what you do, without thinking about how you do it. So, for instance, that might be the technology group that was up here. Some of those potential impacts might have an influence on how you do your business using technology. The whole AI piece, that could be an example of how you do your work. the what work you do might be even some of the things to prepare for hurricanes, hurricane preparedness. Who you work with might be, an example might be the community engagement. That was a discussion that was at the back table, thinking about how to engage the public in the work that you do. So what I'd like to do now is give you a chance to really dig into your responses. So far, they've been your own personal responses, and I hope that you brought your homework with you. And yes, yes, mostly, okay. This is the opportunity to really talk through with your table mates. I'm going to put you back in 4 different tables about those responses. What were the responses, and what are the themes that are emerging from those responses? And again, in that SOAR, so it's the strengths, opportunities, aspirations, and results. What I'd love to hear is what are the themes that are emerging at your table in terms of those particular aspects? And then thinking, just as you go through that conversation, is there anything about those responses that surprise you, or just generate an awful lot of energy? So kind of what's bubbling up from your individual ideas into your group ideas. So that's what I'd like to do with you for the next little bit. Forgot how many minutes. I will do a time check and come around and tell you. But again, what I would ask is, so we have, looks like there's maybe 2 tables here that are still full of stuff. Maybe we take these other 4 tables, the back one there, and then these 3 tables here, and split up. And again, what I'm wanting you to do is everybody go through the SOAR, right? SOAR, and just see what the responses there are. Part of what this is an opportunity, again, to really hear from the staff that have ideas and professional knowledge about some of this, from the elected officials that have a responsibility to govern and set a longer-term view, and learn from one another and engage with one another in dialogue. So this will be another opportunity for you to do that before we then shift after an hour into something different. So since we have 6 elected officials, 2, at least 1 at each table, no more than 2. And again, I'm not going to assign you a table because you're all going to be talking about the same topic. But so as evenly as you can to distribute yourself would be great. I'm going to probably say it's going to be about 30 minutes for this discussion before I interject, but I'll walk around and monitor time. Take your homework with you.
Ready?
I hope so.
Touch wood was, yeah. Really working on it.
Oh, yes, yes.
Come on, sir. We don't got no one here.
4 groups.
We're staying. I'm new things, baby.
Can you remind us of the time?
Yes, I think we need to, no more than 5 at a table. I think this table over here needs one. So the SOAR homework that, the strengths, aspirations, this is it, SOAR analysis. Take a look at this and just talk category by category. How did you respond? How did your table mates respond? Be listening for themes that are emerging in each of those categories, because that's, again, if there's an energy around a certain topic, that's what I want to capture. So I'm going to see if I can't find different colored sticky notes, because the red ones are obnoxious, I agree. And so the themes that are emerging for the strengths, themes that are emerging for the opportunities, themes from the aspirations, and themes from the results. And then I'm going to flip that board around and we'll post those. I think that should be in your agenda. This is no right or wrong. This is your opportunity to just have another conversation. And definitely, the viewer part of it is as a one It's okay. That's fine. And it costs, so you did 3 different sets, just do all of the S's? Yeah. Then all the S's, then it's It's okay, this is going to be a lot for later generations, so what we do is we pull all this and provide that to reorient. We don't have to do that before we go. So our preference would be and it's
okay.
All right, so provide protection from devastation of fire and medical fire prevention programs. Customer service, how you have the ability to
and then all or however I'm saying, if you've done it the way like filled in every block, then go through what, how, that's fine. But if you did, just go through all the strengths, then all the opportunities.
Yes, that's where we're at.
Just want to make sure we're all on the same page. You're calling out
I know,
So the opportunities that we see in the fire service are formalized in this program. Once again, the fire service has a lot to do more on initial response. So our community will see the impact of we need to do in the community. So response calls. We want to better socialize, use social media, how to get out from accreditation is business model.
Yeah. Think about that one.
I know what you like, in my head, I was trying to think of like distribution culture.
Do we have to for today, or do we need to truncate it?
Oh, no, we can go till 60. Is that what that's supposed to be?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're good. We're good for it. I don't know if anyone would really have an issue when we're over if it need be.
No, that's not, I just want to make sure we have.
Yeah, oh yeah, we've got that.
Okay, and then I think the answer to your question is that
Okay, all right.
And then I think what we do is we take data that we generate here, put it back in a more cohesive manner, potentially do some homework again, get people thinking about fully developing vision, mission, et cetera. I've got some sense of that, but I was feeling a bit rushed anyway, so we'll see. But yeah, I think a full day we can do it. And then I think we'll have, what we also need to get is the direction of our community engagement.
Okay.
And
they're going to, I know the board's going to do that. I mean, just some of the comments we were about transparency. I mean, it's going to, we need to do that.
well, the skills on budget.
Personal loyalty and no aspiration with the mission.
Maybe just
So aspirations for the fire department to enhance community risk reduction programs, fortify our response to the customer service and relocation stations like housing personnel and meet the demands of our businesses. To strengthen relationships, internal and external employee relationships based in their state, to increase our risk.
Career development plan is for
To strengthen relationships, internal and external.
saying, hey, I'm doing this.
Yeah.
We're seeing follow
So I had already written something. So I let my explain. I just didn't, I didn't well, but I sent it a couple days ago.
Gap analysis
Sure.
to achieve long-term goals.
She worked in the but she's coming. So, you're on top of this, so I just want you to know that that's what I see. So something wrong will happen.
Implementation of after action.
All the
Well, I'd asked him to make
Go to the gas station.
I literally didn't have a minute, yeah.
And I can make a decision on how much I want to spend. We don't do our schools yet. The next step,
I'm not gonna.
When they see a lower place, put over something rather than and then you're gonna see like,
But still, we don't do this until. I hate it. And I realized, like, probably my face was like. Happy for you, really, yeah. And
today, in the next 10 years,
thank you.
You're supposed to be in it now.
But it was like.
So for us, surveys,
So that's why I always say.
I love mine too. Oh, I don't know. Well, I wanted them to do themes, so I'm not sure how they're doing it. If they're doing it on the chart, they're doing it on the pages, or if they're doing it on, I wanted them to put that So I think that's a good way to go. So that's another one that we're actually taking a kick off. To bring them this next week. And we're going to collect evidence. Well, they can all so, that's right. So I think what I'll do just I asked them to allow them to get together, and that's why we further parse that out. But only, it's not really need to parse it out, only we can possibly understand.
That's where the 30s and 40s from different schools. Usually support efforts to that. It's a little difficult in terms of
The other option is to see a long yeah, you can do it
on that same one, it'll be local emergency management, meeting counties.
So I get email from somebody smart, we work with that's the most important thing. That's all they're doing. So I get it from most important thing, that's all the money. That's why.
Aspiration for about that's March. Okay. So I had actually on this title last year, if you have a version of the share yeah, we'll take it. Friday is good.
Let's go with what? Continue to engage.
So some of them actually have them in electronic format, and so I'll just put my email actually, we can all go chart.
Well, it's, yes, we do have, I think, an active, but if you look at the other
So I'm trying to decide when to do to also report on
issues that are very certain areas, which is probably more active than all the other boards putting up. So, yeah, we're going to have a lot of active things, but they like to be from and you mentioned
Create a culture of calm and measured crisis management. Emotional equilibrium.
but just bring it around.
Measured crisis management.
capture the
Ability to speak truth to power.
Good.
Keeping willingness to fail.
I don't know, it's hard to understand how to read. You know, then you gotta be
not pressure.
So I'll just say, what I mean by organization.
You know what?
always have
Increase retention of student
historical museum. They want to move into rich historical sites. And they try to, they can remember the big house. And all of a sudden, that ward is very empty on the weekends.
So anyway, I was going to on that.
But it came down Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. But Friday, Saturday.
This conversation.
And it was U.S. Forces. And I see what it did because it's litigation. I mean, there's a lot of smoke. Can we tell the U.S. Forces? No, what is it you do? That's U.S. Or you talk about what did they say on the car? I mean, you get
Yeah, I can make it new.
So they're right here. Just turn this way.
It's coming to that point, right?
Okay, moving start. Pulling our attention to the front of the room again. So, I have to ask, how was that to talk at your table?
Interesting, thought-provoking.
Thought-provoking? Yeah? Short?
Yeah, too short.
Well, it's been a day, and we are gonna give you, I'm gonna then give you more opportunities, but I think you don't get a chance to talk with your colleagues all that often. We will continue along that line. We're gonna go and capture some of this, so before I forget again, our emails are up here. Mine is lillian@sog.unc.edu, and Mariah is mkcanup@unc.edu. So if you have an electronic version, that'd be great to send it. If you don't, and you have a paper version and want to leave it, we'll take that. So rest assured one thing, there's a lot of data we are generating today, and we're going to capture it, and it's going to come back to you in a format that I hope will not overwhelm you. So it is a lot of data generation, and it's a good start, and we'll work on making more sense of it and bringing it back to you. So, but those two things would really help us. If you have it electronically, great, and if not, just make sure that we've got a paper copy. Just for the sake of, I think it's great wisdom that you've generated. We'd like to see if we can't capture some of it, so we can begin to kind of fill up the board a little bit and see where the themes are emerging even across groups. So I'm going to ask for, starting with the strengths, 3 that came up as themes in your group, and then 3 more, and then 3 more, and then 3 more until we filled up the strengths. So I'm looking at this group.
Okay, I'll get the 3 of ours. Reliability, community engagement, well-trained professional staff.
Okay. So you may have some of that same, I don't know, but do you have 3 different?
We have, provide a full service at a low cost. Which I thought was pretty good. Similar to what Jordan said, great people, but we also included citizens, not just employees. We are able to reach consensus.
That is a strength. And by we, who would you mean by we? That's one of the, what does that mean?
I believe it was the Board of Aldermen who was able to reach consensus.
Great. And 3 additional ones under strengths in the back table?
Departments working well together.
We have like family environmental culture is a strength. And strength for the city is our strength of our fiber structure throughout the city.
Fiber structure?
Like the
Physical?
network, yeah.
Okay. Okay, great.
Fiscal responsibility.
Oh, I'm ready at 3.
I had to throw that one in there.
Look. So what about this table? Are there 3?
We had everything that's been said, but we had, our good at community outreach, protecting the public from emergencies, and being adaptable.
Okay, so community outreach, protecting from emergencies, and adaptability?
Yeah, and Charlie would like, well, we already hit 3, but Charlie works on a different kind of budget, but he said he's great at creating that. He's very proud of that.
All right, well then we'll take 1 extra there, then we'll go back to this one.
Charlie's appreciating.
So did you really say fiscal responsibility? So fiscal responsibility is another strength.
And also you said great at creating
Revenue.
Oh, cool.
Is that this, and that's different than what does fiscal responsibility mean to this table?
Just saying. Focus more on just being careful how we spend our money.
Okay, all right. And was there another strength that came up here?
Yes, we provide viable solutions to community problems.
Viable solutions. Okay,
That's right.
that's great. Anything else to add here?
It's a responsiveness.
Responsiveness.
City to the community.
Yep. So at the school government, we pride ourselves in that, and frankly, sometimes that feels like burnout too. Just saying. At least that does for me. All right, anything else that bubbled up in your conversations around strengths that you don't see up here? All right. Wonderful. I think that's great. Now, the question about opportunities. So I'm going to start over here and go backwards, and then we'll come back. So you all get 3. What are some opportunities that you see before you at this point?
There is a high volume of grant funding out there right now.
And who would have thought that 3 years ago, right?
We also have that.
Opportunity to improve relationship with other governments and community partners.
Okay.
And
Did you see how I've just made that's an opportunity, right? That's great. I don't like the deficit thinking. I think that is an opportunity.
Yes. partnerships for cost sharing, in implementing fiber in Motivate. Is that what you're saying?
Shared fiber system agreement.
Okay, opportunities for a shared fiber system agreement, all right.
Will that generate revenue?
Yes.
Let's talk about it.
All right, those are three, that's great, back here.
Opportunities for interdisciplinary teams to solve issues.
Okay.
Opportunities to develop a culture of communication from top down and middle.
The third one?
You already said, involving other government agencies, right? Okay.
That's okay, we'll come back.
Well, we have to develop a, one-stop shop model in various departments for processes,
One stop, okay,
kind of with the one-stop shop model.
okay. Like in development services or something?
You know, and maybe use this in planning to support the different aspects of projected urban growth.
Okay. All right, and over here.
We have New Bern's geography and location as an opportunity. The future I-42, we're halfway between Raleigh and the coast. Growing our tax base. We also have grant funding, like the table over here. And one of the interesting things that came up was for our tagline, everything comes together here to become more genuine.
And what do you mean by more genuine?
But everything does come together here. We'll make it authentic.
Authentic branding.
It feels like there's a story behind that.
Make it real. Yeah,
What's the everything that is not, I mean,
everything meaning whatever our city provides, whatever we offer, that it is across all socioeconomics to all people. Everything comes together here, the economics, whatever comes together.
so now I think I understand it, because you're, earlier in the conversation, one of the things that was about inequity. So you're saying everyone has everything.
Opportunity.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And from this table, you have three to add?
Sure. Adopt and utilize newer technologies.
We had that too.
Yep, we had that over here.
Sure.
Invest in our current technology.
It's our turn.
Too late. Let's see. Expand and improve services offered.
Was it particular services or?
Kind of across the board. So that could be a customer service experience through our enterprise funds. That could be a recreation program, a new service we add, and rehabilitation and expansion infrastructure system.
Amen.
Amen. Okay, and do you have any others to add?
I can hear you.
Taking advantage of turnover to offer a fresh perspective and separating ourselves with legacy ways of operating.
So the new folks are not necessarily experienced, but they're fresh eyes.
Yes.
Another new one? I'm just gonna open it up. Who has another one to add?
Digital transformation.
So,
Get
in
rid
a
of paper.
particular area or?
Get rid of paper.
Okay. I saw that several times in the.
Can I add to this?
Yeah.
Optimize our previous investments in technology.
Optimize previous investments, are you thinking of something specific?
Legacy systems, utilizing them, optimizing them, things we've already invested in.
Another one?
When you say optimize, you're talking about like connecting different systems or something?
Not integrating so much, but utilizing. Make sure that we're,
I'll give you an example, just some of the things that's in Microsoft Office, the tools that actually exist, we actually are all using what we've already spent money on.
not make up reasons to use
Yeah.
them, not make up reasons to use them,
Setting an expectation about using them?
but really using those tools that are already available to us that we're already using.
I think a big part of just making people aware that actual tools exist that can help them do whatever they're doing.
Thank you for the clarification. And anything else that came up at your tables? All right. Then the shift then into aspirations. And these should be big. That's what aspirations means. I'm gonna start with this table now. And then move.
One of ours was keep our charm.
When you say that, does everybody understand what that means? How do you define your charm?
I think it means a lot of things to a lot of different people. You know, it's a quality of life here. You know, it is our geography, it is our level of customer service. You know, you most often when you call the city are not going to get, you know, a digital voice. You know, you get to a person and that small town feel.
Right, maybe we'll hold on that because I think we will have a chance to explore that a little bit more in the next conversation. So, back table, do you have 2 to add?
Two. Cross training and succession planning.
That's what you aspire to.
Okay, who would like to see?
All right. What about here?
You have the list.
2 from your list?
Invest more in human capital, and
Is that,
inspiration.
is that in specific or just in general?
In employees.
Right, but I mean, is it pay, is it professional development, is it?
Communication training came up specifically, so I guess we could say invest more in communication training for staff. We all have really different backgrounds, so some of these are very specific. Create a shared vision that everyone can buy into, meaning like everyone that works here can buy into.
Okay. All right, and 2 from the table.
We had to build stronger relationships with the citizens and enhance community engagement. And professional development of the workforce.
So it's a little bit like what you said, but maybe a different answer. 2 from this table?
For aspirations still, right?
Yeah.
Improve distressed areas. Kind of similar to what Jesse was saying, advanced leadership training.
Back table, 2 more?
I have coordinated efforts of planning and knowing when to involve other departments, businesses, and government agencies. Like, oh, are we still on aspirations? Sorry.
Yeah.
Ability to foresee issues, concerns, and solve problems, forward thinking, and proactive approach.
Got 1 or 2? You got a second?
No, I said them all.
Okay. Who else has more to add?
Just one that we did have was to remain transparent.
And what is that? That's one of those buzzwords, honestly. What does that mean to you at least?
For me, it's that whole thing that our citizens, how we operate is open and honest to our citizens.
And obviously, yeah, okay. Does anybody have a different take on that?
On my transparency.
Yeah.
Pretty much what Mr. Simons
Amen, that's exactly what I was going to say. Increase revenues.
You're all thoughts and revenues, weren't you?
Mission focused.
All right, any other aspirations? Yes.
I threw this in right at the end of our session, so we didn't really have a chance to discuss it. But as an elected official, someone coming out of local government career, one of my aspirations is the city operates under a council-manager form of government, but are we truly operating as a council-manager form of government?
And say more about what you mean by that last part. Are you operating that way?
Well, it's one thing to say that, yes, we are a council-manager form of government. But the question that I'm raising is, are we actually operating truly as a council-manager form of government? And then if not, why not? Why aren't we? Where aren't we? And is there a desire to make changes to it?
Why do you raise it? What leads you to raise the question?
It's a belief that I have that a council-manager form of government is the single best form of government for local government. Now, that I understand that when you have 5,000, 10,000, however many communities we have in the United States, it's not for every community, but that's, largely it is the most professional form of government that you can have at the local level. And I have a lot of respect for that coming from that industry. I would like to see New Bern operating truly as a council manager form of government. I don't think we're there yet. So I just kind of raising the question as whether or not anybody else would like to see that. And identify where we're falling short and what we can do to kind of elevate ourselves as an organization.
And I don't know anything about what this, if I'm asking a question that's stepping in it or not, but it sounds to me like there's an assumption that there's something missing from what you would say is actually operating in that way.
I think there is. And a lot of it has to do with those of us who are elected officials.
Not sure where else you need to raise this question, or
Well,
if there's an invitation to discuss.
I just brought that up because I was interested in hearing from professional staff, as to how they view that question. And I only had an opportunity, just to raise it in a couple of minutes' time, so we didn't really have a chance to discuss it. But
Is there?
Yeah, I just, from a city perspective, I would like to see more aspiration on mental health from within the workforce for our employees as it spurs out into the community. Because if we get a control of a lot of the mental health issues, we're on the right track. And I mean, that goes for police, fire, all agencies within the city. And I know mental health is becoming, right on down to drug overdose, everything. It covers a broad spectrum.
Thank you for that addition. Anything else on aspiration before we move to results? Yeah, one more?
We have employee retention.
And so you aspire to retain more than you currently do. Is that fair? All right. And then the last question was around results. I'm going to let that back table go first this time.
You have two, right?
Two?
That's
This is
as far as
the start.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Long-term planning with other organizations
Okay.
and coordinated efforts with planning and knowing when to involve other departments, businesses, and government agencies, addressing it in a more proactive approach, basically.
All right, so some of it has to do with long-term planning with others, by others you mean outside of your organization? Okay. And some of it is more of an internal? Okay. All right, thank you. And over here this time.
Shared theme at the table was better access to data and information sharing and some quality benchmarking. And clear guidance provided for all for results like to get out of this exercise.
Everybody wants that.
So you get it.
So you get it. How about for this table?
We had become more proactive instead of reactive in operational issues.
Is that the same as what you have up there already? Proactive approach?
Yeah, okay.
Put a check to you.
Yeah. And then we've got succession planning, development of succession plans and career development plans.
We did not get to finish results, so we really don't have very much, but incremental population and economic growth.
Incremental population?
Not growing too fast.
I see. Population growth. Okay. And economic growth. That table?
You already did that. I have a couple of others.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to be slight on yours.
Better aesthetics.
How do you spell that? I'm totally
A-S-T-H-E-T-I-C-C-S.
Looks,
Close enough. More lucrative job opportunities.
And are you talking about community-wide?
Yes.
All right, since I've kind of lost track of where I am now, who wants to go next?
Revenues, revenues mean expense requirements.
Got a drum beat there?
I do.
Yeah.
No.
Any other results that were discussed at your table?
Just to bring up one thing, when we talked about long-term planning and proactive approach, I actually had talked about urban planning, specifically. Interdisciplinary, includes infrastructure, but not exclusive to it.
So when you say urban planning, beyond the infrastructure, what
Well,
else?
there's a obvious, water, sewer, electric infrastructure, but multimodal transportation, not just roads, but busing and bike paths, sidewalks, those sorts, and not just by development, but a citywide solution.
We also, because of who we are, historic preservation, either infrastructure or history we have in our, it goes along with the people that it's like.
Part of that charm.
Correct.
Okay, anything else that came up? I'm sensing an energy lull in the room, so let me ask this question. From your table conversations, what of the things that you've listed up here, which ones seem to generate the most energy in your conversations?
Revenues.
We got your theme at your table.
Probably strengths. Talking about the strengths of the city. It's easy to see the good things that you have to offer. Then when you have to talk about opportunities, you gotta accept that you are falling short somewhere, so.
And that's not the, so opportunities, I would say, are not just the opposite of weaknesses necessarily, but I do think that they are really timed opportunities, place opportunities, just, whatever that is being created for you. Were there particular topics that were energizing or that you felt were compelling that came out of this conversation? I mean, like, yeah, revenues. But like you'd want to go put an asterisk up next to it to say, this was really a great thing at our table. We spent a lot of time or energy or.
I think we said a lot about staff development, like making sure all our staff are growing with knowledge and professionalism. Like that was a common thing in all the stuff we talked about.
I think using technology more came up for everything from everyone somehow. At least once or twice.
All right.
Yeah, information sharing and communication is a lot of discussion around that.
So, yeah, if I can remember, so investment in your people, investment in communication, oh, I forgot what you just said. Technology, and you can raise your hand, another one.
No, I was just gonna sum it up and put 5 stars up there. We train our people, we communicate with them, we have a good relationship with them, we cross-train all of that, then let's try and keep them, and let's promote from within.
And there was some discussion about retention, for sure.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you. I hope that this was a great opportunity for you to really think through and lay the groundwork, because you've got a lot to work with. You have some common visions here. I mean, those seem to be evident, were they not? Like a lot of the same things kept coming up in your groups, and there's quite a bit of energy and a lot to work with here. I'm gonna, I think, take a little break. For some reason, didn't put it in the afternoon. I think we need one. But when we come back, let me just say that what I want to do is put you into pairs to have a little bit more conversation than about all of the things that we've talked about already this morning, thinking about the trends that are out there, both at the local level and at the national and international level, thinking about all of that you have to work with and the things that you aspire to. We'll do it when we get back, but I really want to put you forward thinking into the future. And knowing all of this, then what's the future that you would design for your community? So that's where we'll pick up. And I also want you to think about pairing up with someone who you just don't have a chance to get to talk to very often today, or over the course of whatever. And that's what we'll end today on with that conversation and some debriefing on that. So I'm going to say about, I have 5 after-ish, so about 2:17. All right.
I know it.
I am going to let you move around again,
All right, I
but
appreciate it.
before you do that, I want to basically set up this last conversation. It's been a lot today, and we're gonna end again with a lot, so I will just repeat. I want you to lead into these conversations. You may want to take some notes for yourself, because I'm going to pair you up with someone, and if we were a pair, I would ask Alderman Trill my questions on my interview, and I would have on what I affectionately call with my kids, my listening ears, and I might take some notes, because I'm going to then be responsible for representing his viewpoint in another small group conversation after this interview. And then we'll switch, and he'll get a chance to ask me questions. And the reason I'm asking you to do it this way is I really want you to listen intently. I have to say, sometimes we might be having a conversation and I'm half listening to maybe what you have to say, but really I'm thinking about what I want to say next. And I'm saying suspend that temptation. Please really listen and engage with what your partner is telling you, because I'm asking you to think really forward and long term, and setting this conversation up as if it were happening in the future, which is a difficult spot to be, is to imagine a future that we've not seen yet. But we've talked a little bit about the future that could be. Let's dream a little bit about the future that you want to have. And so in your pairs, of all of the things that you really hold dear about your community, what is it that you want to retain for future generations? So having just married off a daughter and have one already married, I'm thinking, oh, grandkids, that'd be fun. So in 20 years from now, what would and if they lived here in New Bern, what would I want that to look like for them? You know, whatever your 20-year landmark, benchmark is, thinking about that. So what is it that you'd like to preserve for future folks going forward? And then I want you to really think about what the future would be like in, say, 15 years. That's 2038, right? I'm not so good at math, but I think I got that. What do you see? And I want you to really think about quite a lot of different things. So economic development. What successes have your economic development efforts yielded for you? What's happening in specific areas of the community 15 years from now? What is the physical infrastructure? And for the things that are above ground and below ground, what does that look like? What's the state of that in 15 years? What are your community members saying about how your local government does its work? What do you want to hear them say? What's the prevailing mood amongst your employees? And then shift a little bit. What do you think is the city's role in creating the vision that you described? Because that, I think, speaks a little bit to the specifics of the mission of your organization. And then let's just imagine that it's 10 years from today, so that's in 2033. And somebody from our state magazine comes to interview you because New Bern is the hot new place to be. I'm not quite sure what you would describe in North Carolina as that now, but in 10 years from now, let's assume it's New Bern, and everybody's clamoring to figure out how all that vibrancy came to happen. And you're giving an interview, and somebody says, well, what is it that the staff and the elected officials did back in 2023 or 2024, but in the near term, to make all that happen? So it's a fill in the blank. One of the most important big rock decisions they made, or the actions they took, or the policies they put in place. And by big rock, and I don't know if everybody's familiar with that, but let's assume you have a container and you have big, small, medium, and large rocks, and you put all of your little rocks in and then try to get the medium and the big ones in, they probably wouldn't fit. The way to do that is to put your big ones in first, fill in around the edges with the medium and the small ones, and then you can get them to fit. And this is the same thing we're talking about. It needs to be a big rock. Maybe it's a fork in the road. What are the big things you need to do now? And that's what the focus is. So that gets done first, and you can fill in with the flooding in some particular area of the community, or the this or the that, whatever those smaller rocks are. Big to some people in that community, but for the scheme of things in your entire city, not just a ward, not just 2 wards, but the entire city. What are the big rock things that you want to make sure happen now? And that's what you're telling this reporter about, right? So it's really trying to think forward about how you create the success. What is the success you want, and how do you create that success? Okay? So this is the hardest thing all day. Go find a partner, one that you don't get a chance to talk to or would like to just have more conversation with. And I'm going to suggest that you have 20 minutes each. So this is a chunk of time today. 20 minutes each or thereabouts for this conversation. Again, an interview, flip, an interview. You can do it in here. It stopped raining. You can do it out there. I don't know if there are other spaces. But let's see if we can reconvene in here at 3:05. Questions? You can do whatever you want. This is a nice partnership. You just don't get a chance to talk very often. Very often. As far as I'm concerned, you can do it either way. You can do an elected conversation, a staff conversation. It's a real opportunity to kind of share your vision. So I might even encourage you to do it with your fellow folks.
What do you think? Come on, do it.
I'm gonna take both of them. Pull the chair up. I can only have one. It says only one.
You can do it, Chris, if you need to.
Yeah. Oh, I'm lucky day. Woo! Woo! Oh, you gotta go. Yeah, you get your station. My lucky day. Shoot. Y'all can 17.
Go up to regular, go celebrities, balls, get their train next one.
All right.
I think we could be close to that. I can see that I would think it was different. It could very easily that's moving people. A lot of people hopefully that's not what you're telling me. Hopefully you can. I've been on the back
That's right.
Maybe there's a story that gets You have specific representation within defined districts. And that's a good thing. Because the resolution, they don't do that. It's a little bit tougher. You're elected representative. Is somebody maybe doesn't reside in your area. So, yeah, there's not bad. It is, but it's not the national. I'd rather see.
But I'm not.
Or are the citizens saying about how to work this is?
The last one. You'll never see another. You're likely to see the ring brown or you'll see what's denser. So it's going to be a different
How about that color?
next notes.
Bigger place, 50 I know somebody thinks one thing we did to make sure everything works.
Having work session, the fact that we can. I think there's something, announce having public video stations, people, sit and have a listen to the reality published here today. And always so maintain how they'll come back.
Yeah.
That's great.
Like everybody I needed a question.
What are the staff people
I just want to let you know we're around the halfway mark. So do you have any questions or anything? No?
Well, those are just things that they put out with too much verification. It gives us an opportunity to make study and back.
Getting better. Getting better. We're doing real good. We're doing well. So you on campus yesterday or?
All day.
I think we'll make use of it.
going back to how would you describe that?
Specific areas,
Something went wrong with reading the X-ray or the MRI. Something was wrong with that. There's nothing to stroke here. We're treating our brain. So, we're not been out of shape, but she's not a good patient. Never has been a good patient. So, I'll be a
It's made a transition. Somebody just completely redid it.
But it's,
And it looks
oh, that is. No, it's 9 to 3. No, 9 to 4. No,
it does.
9 to 12.
And it takes somebody taking that seat to see that that was and somebody else will investors.
To my knowledge, all that stuff comes up with my
In the mother area, that's another area that's What are the citizens saying? Well, I think there's two, like you said, a lot of things. Same location? Very still
one is, one US is the yeah, I heard you say that a lot, because he was trying.
That's what I heard.
So, it's looking at like 15 years into the future, what is the prevailing mood amongst the employees?
They're actually This one is looking like 10 years into the future. recreation staff, they're pretty much the same, they take turns working Saturday, closing out. And then the guys are the same, so
How does this library
started doing a year out schedule.
what does the elected
Only a
officials
handful
have
have to work,
enable?
and they know for whom they're working.
Okay, yeah.
And then they have a schedule, they work on weekend day a month.
Yes.
And that, implementing that schedule, different events, really made a difference for those guys. Looking for other avenues of funding.
So the ancillary part of it, fill in the blank. So you know, one of the most important decisions or actions or policies is
Planning for those 15 years, which, as you say, that whole infrastructure things have to be in place.
what is
Well, we're hoping y'all, you have to share with other groups, so I don't know how y'all are gonna do that.
I get fired. They took money out of fund balance.
I'm not sure yet. Okay, yeah, probably. I think, here's what I thought had to do.
She said that you would also
chair, you came up here, feels like that's far away. So we might move them up some and get rid of this part where the galleries were. There, rather. But let me think about that. I think the answer is. And I don't know if we have the time to do some homework that'll shift the major parts of it. I think we still have all of what we're going to do tomorrow and maybe some value development. I think that's what we're going to do. I want to say, all right.
Like you said, the pay increases.
It's a really big deal. And he was saying that he was supposed to. He was supposed to. Because I didn't want that.
That's not a board.
I know people work in different places, but I think we're all done. We're going to pull back together for just a minute, and then I know this feels a little bit repetitive. This is a process that we've been doing for much of today, which is to then debrief in small groups. But I told you what I wanted you to do is really listen to your partner, and I want you to be in a small group without your partner. The reason we're doing this, just like we put up all of the various responses, is to see kind of how much commonality there is in the room. So our intention next is to put you in a small group without your partner, and that you're then going to be sharing your partner's viewpoint. I don't know how you three of you are going to work this out, but that's up to you. we have a threesome over here. Your viewpoint will probably come out anyway, but I really do want you to try and represent your partner's viewpoint in this perspective. And that way then your voice can be multiplied beyond the one person that you spoke with to all the members of the next group. So, but before we do that, I guess I wanted to ask a question about what that conversation was like for you. And how often do you have a chance to really have an in-depth conversation about the future of your community with people who you work with every day, we hope, to shape that future?
Not very much.
Not very much. Well, you might have more of an opportunity to do that, but for some folks, it's not that often. So what was that experience like for you?
Very different because, George is very engineering based, very much into infrastructure and, public streets and things like that. And I think more about quality of life and the experience versus the infrastructure. So to me, that was really different to get a peek inside the way he thinks day to day in such a technical field.
So a new perspective, for sure, a different way of thinking, introduction to a different way of thinking. Did anybody learn something new today?
Ooh, I did. Ooh, boy, these two.
So,
yeah, highlighting the key.
So it's an opportunity to learn. Anything else in terms of just reflecting on that real intense, I'd say, conversation?
No, but it really does give you an opportunity, like you said, that you don't normally have. We think we're all in the same group and we all have the same goals and we see things from the same lens, but when you have discussions, you start finding out like, oh, well, I wasn't thinking of that way. Almost like throwing out infrastructure. What does that mean to you? What does it mean to me? And when you start talking, like, okay, I get it. I get it now how decisions can be made with different perspectives, but you need the different ones to make the right decision.
Well, and this group, I would imagine, is somewhat representative of the various folks that live in your community. And still, there'll be other perspectives that you don't have in this room and in this conversation that could be valuable in terms of shaping the, sorry, what's this going on?
Charlie's over there shaking his head when you said community. I would say was not.
What's, okay, never mind.
It was revenue.
Revenue, okay. Well, and I could go into what that process and why that process, but I hope that it, again, just like today has been about generating information, generating data, and then thinking about how to use it. That was the purpose of this conversation. And so I do want to put you again in another small group, not with your partner. And there were really 4 key questions that I'd like for you to think of, again, debrief question by question and kind of see where's the energy, where's the themes, and how would you respond to these questions? Like, what are the elements that you really want to preserve that make this the charm that you talked about, right, for this community? What are the pieces of the future vision? I had some good prompting questions in there. Some of them are around organization, some of them are around the infrastructure, et cetera. So what are some of these elements that you want to keep in the future, that you see in the future? And a little bit about the role, right? What is the city's role in getting you to that? And that could be a philosophical answer. It could be something very specific. I don't know. And then the last question, which was, thinking forward to the success that you're going to pull in with this thought and vision that you have. How did you get there? What were the big things, fork in the road, big rock things that needed to happen now? And so I am going to ask you, I'll give you some sticky notes. I'm going to ask you to generate those. We're not going to report out, but I'll give you a chance to read everybody's responses, and then we'll capture these in the notes and get them back to you. So one person maybe could generate one per sticky in any of these 4 questions, right? After I said that, I thought, did I say that? No, in your groups, go through the questions, right? What are the conversations? What did your partner have to say about this? And have one person in your group, just like somebody's been describing before, generate the themes that are emerging around these 4 elements, which were really the 4 questions, ABCD. Okay? So I'm gonna give you about 25 minutes to do that.
How many groups?
4 groups, not with your partner. Did you, oh, you had a way to set this up.
So just like with 5 people, so if your partner is wanting to go to the leftover,
Oh, except this.
Can I show them the Lego? It's like a Lily on
Oh, in fact, it looks like a blanket.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we'll just put on paper, so.
Sense of community pride.
I'm trying to think of how far we are straying. Just the agenda. Yeah.
Okay, fast forward to imagine your community 15 years from now.
Multiple commerce centers.
Yes. Areas of downtown, downtown, uptown, different. Also solving, expanding our water sewers to accommodate the growing sewers. Water sewers, really accommodate growth in different regions. One is growth in possibly decrease in addiction and next year cities coming up like generation or whatever, feeling a little bit like grow out so far.
Well, this one is in the order to get into what you see.
City supported public transportation.
I've had one of those calls. So I don't know why everybody's notes. But you took notes.
Yeah, I was thinking it's gonna be some of their conversations derail a little bit, and like directly goes to the text of someone else's on the timeline. I think that, I gotta make it up.
And this was in Colony Surgeon and Hole, which was some of them, three of them. And then this was and some of it is a combination here or elsewhere. Well, so here, room 34, manager Did I share with you? I can't remember if I tried to. I just need to be hard. But these are better off just
necessarily economic.
most of them, honestly, it's such a juxtaposition between areas that are like, I don't know much
So what happened is they were first in the last 2 years. Improved diets, do 5 days. As well as really greenway.
yes, and I actually feel like places it used to be kind of a small town, up into the bigger city status, so. Yeah. We get a lot of that. The same shop used to be like that too.
Combination of what to reserve and future vision. Separate those out.
I've been
This was the,
Too far removed from the action. Well, that's actually out of necessity. For no reason. Sorry? Oh, yeah, I need to separate these.
check, make sure my wife has control my own business.
Like the catering process of the land use ordinance update.
We're talking about that.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I didn't, we didn't get that.
Probably this would be the first instead of it. Goes on to next year.
All right, I think everyone is done. I'm glad there's still chit chat. Rather than try and report out, what I'd like for you all to do is to look at the board and then just sort of think of anything that feels really exciting out there for you, or surprising, or compelling, or what are observations that you might offer after kind of reading through? So I'm going to give you about just 5 minutes to kind of read it, and then we'll begin to close things out today. This is a lot to digest, and so I think once you see it back in a written form and all of today, it'll make a little more sense. But already we're beginning to see some questions up there. I guess that's another thing, is if you see the sticky and you want to know more about it, let's ask the folks. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes to just kind of read through and then ask the questions, and then we'll wrap up.
I bet it does.
Because we're,
I can't.
we've reached a point, is that what we're saying? I'll never forget working with you, Archie
If everyone wanted to listen up, I'll just try to read this bad writing.
That'd be great. Why is there on the left up there?
The different colors are different groups. It's a recurring thing of retain downtown charm, retain small town, feel like a mixed modern city, preserve New Bern's history and heritage, and then again to preserve history, charm, geographical landscape beauty, provide valuable services at affordable cost. Citizens are number one. Preserve downtown, restore it, specific building revitalization, down home charm, utilities, reliable and stable family and community values. Then a small town feel, charm, activities, of character, sense of community pride, future vision, annexation of other communities.
Wow.
You don't understand.
No, I don't.
Yeah, okay. Consolidation of city offices, become more of a culinary destination, expansion of services and quality of life offerings, improve gateway entrances, improve walkability and transportation, greater focus on intermodal transportation opportunities, future vision, sidewalk connectivity, re-image, redevelopment to improve our community, housing mix, hire talented staff, transparent collaborative government, attract high-paying tech jobs and large industries, free flowing traffic, and transportation development of the timber mill,
Silo property.
silo property. Okay. Team, environment, employees, and youth provision, effective resiliency, implementation, increased commerce across town, not just downtown, gateway, bike and pedestrian plan implementation, staff knowledge developed and retention strong, greater, let's see, on the line is equitable and affordable housing opportunities between future provision and city growth. Then we have growth, population expansion, more services, more traffic, more housing, improvements in blighted communities, age, infrastructure, Corps of Engineers, flood control, FEMA involvement, economic development field, retail gaps from gap analysis, attracting more technological industry, age infrastructure, financial plans to reinvest into infrastructure, number of alternative transportation options increase, and city's mission, city's role and mission, multiple commerce centers, utility expansions to accommodate growth, community-based engagement towards growth, city's role and mission, listen to the citizens, open to new ideas, commit to it, support it, and live it. Create policies, ordinance, and internal practices to support city's priorities, provide guidance in a positive direction, I guess positive development direction, and creating consistency among staff and Board of Aldermen, develop vision and steps to get there, actions, coordinate with Corps of Engineers, investigate tax credits for housing, retail market analysis, commitment to vision, maintain stability, maintain quality of the community, investment in people. No community was left behind. We were able to attract a major corporation that attracted 5,000 well-paying jobs, which decreased unemployment, provided opportunities, increased tax base, development of policies rooted in positive stewardship of our history and our community resources. Listening, talking to staff. I don't know what this word is. Listening and trusting staff, recognizing political implications of decisions, and that's some writing skills right there.
Nicely done.
Whew. Never gonna stand up first again. I tell you, better writing skills than reading skills. I would have done better if it had been in Spanish.
So what strikes you about this list?
There are a lot of similarities on the preservation, charm, history, geography.
The things that make New Bern New Bern?
Thinking about the community as a whole.
Yeah. Yeah, that's mentioned it actually a couple times.
I'm assuming that our next session will talk about the more details of this, but we continue to hear housing, and I'm curious to find out what everyone views the city's role in housing is, because we've never been involved with housing before, but we hear it over and over and over.
And I'm wondering if that's why that's on the line. Isn't that the one that's on the line?
Yes,
It
it's
is.
in between future vision and the city's role. I think that's
observations?
I am curious about this annexation, if anybody wants to provide any context for someone who's not familiar.
Bridgeton, here we come. No, that was not my suggestion, by the way.
It did come from our group, and it basically, we have, you have New Bern, and then we have like 3-4 cities around us, and as we grow and others grow, you want to start looking at opportunities to share resources, and we already share a lot of infrastructure, like our water and sewer and stuff, so I guess that those are opportunities, like, are we really 4 different cities, or are we just one city that want to operate independently?
What do you see anything distinctive about these lists in this conversation than the previous ones? My observation is that it feels like we're beginning to get at some of those conditions that might end up as goals. Higher level things are kind of emerging on those lists.
Yeah, I think when I was reading through it, it seems like there's a little bit of a shift to like the future vision aspect of it. Earlier today we were doing an environmental scan on the sewer, and it was very much like what exists now, how are things now, and I think talking about like in the future vision, like making it a destination, having a culinary destination, things like that of what could it be, kind of venturing from what is to what could be.
So, anything else from this? This was supposed to be then sort of the bridge to day 2, which is now not tomorrow, but I believe October 10th, 5th is 10/5, is when we thought maybe we'd try to pick this up. And we will gather this information and think a little bit more about how to use that day. Certainly, I think to do some goal development, to also probably talk about the engagement effort for the community. What does that look like? How broad and how much, and where's the balance, and what are some of the ways we want to do that? And also picking up on communication strategies. What is it that you want to be saying about how you're doing this work to other people? So beyond those folks in this room, and those I know will be elements. And I think we may be able to add some discussion about organizational values potentially back into the agenda. We'll see. I would like for us to gather a little bit of real-time feedback on what you thought worked really well about today, or what you would like to see differently next time we get together, or in the future, because that'll really help us understand making sure this work feels right for you all in the way that is good for you. So I'm going to scribe and let Mariah actually lead this part. What did I miss? Anything?
Do you want to do an overview of the timeline of like the
Yes, I did.
process?
I knew there was something. So here's, and we'll send these slides. Brenda now has these. This is the timeline in a nutshell of what we had envisioned. Obviously, having to be a little flexible. We began these conversations with folks from the elected and the staff groups back in June, and so doing that to design to where we got today. Today we discussed some of the context and some of the various perspectives, thinking about getting grounded and beginning to get started into this drafting of the vision, mission, and goals. I think that some of that will come from even this work here on the board. That will probably help that will inform some of the community engagement, but the intention is to kind of have a framework to be able to take out to the community and say, here's what we're thinking so far. Have we got it right? Are there things that we're missing? What are your thoughts about either potential goal bucket areas or other pieces? That will have to be refined, probably early in the year. And then I think testing some of that with employees to, again, kind of get a sense of, are we doing the right thing? Have we got it right? What are we missing? With some sense, I think, of where you're headed with the goals by budget development time. I mean, I think that was one of our intentions. And then finalize the action plans, the more details, the who, what, why, not the why, but the who, the what, the when, in the spring into May. So that's generally the timeline and how we have laid out the work. So we're about where we need to be, running into almost September at this point. So I think that if we can come back together in October, we'll be about right where we need to be. So, any questions or concerns about that? Then in the spirit of continuous improvement, I'd like to see if we can get a little bit of feedback on what you thought worked well for today.
Yeah.
Or not.
So we're going to do like a plus delta type exercise. So we're going to start with things that went well today, or preparing for today as well. Any homework, any communications included in that. So yeah, is there anything that you think that went exceptionally well today or in the process? Anything that stood out as a highlight for you?
I thought the small groups, getting elected officials, several staff members around and having discussion on what we talked about, I think that was beneficial for everyone involved with that.
Awesome. Yeah, and whatever we think went well or whatever we do need to change, it kind of informs our next session. So definitely any feedback. Anything that you would definitely want to keep?
I think it's important, as our time's limited, is things that we can do beforehand. So we're not spending time here doing things that we could have done prior to arriving.
Is that plus or delta?
Wherever you want to put it.
Well, I mean, we did give you things in advance, so I'm not sure if that's worthy of saying you want more to do in advance.
I mean, some of the stuff that we did that we went over today, if we would have had to wait until we got here to start putting that together, would have been more time spent, so therefore we were ahead of the game. I think the downside of that is we didn't have the context of what we were doing. We were putting together the who, what, how, and your question was, politics. Well, there was a lot of feedback on national politics that is not within our purview that to me was kind of a waste of time. So you could put that either in the plus or delta.
So I'm hearing the plus is that there was pressure.
Yes.
And that would just move quickly, but it also would maybe be like more clear direction.
Correct.
Anything else that's a positive? Or you can move on to deltas as well. If there's anything that didn't quite land today, or do you think we could do it a little differently?
I liked partnering up for the little mini interview. We never get to do that. Most of our one-on-one interaction is, trying to find the answer to a question, trying to retrieve a public record, or research some data component. So that was neat and different, and sort of put you in somebody else's brain as to how they think in their day-to-day responsibilities.
Yeah, which is good, but even the breakdown that you all had of the different categories, infrastructure, politics, either you want it one way or the other, meaning you either can combine subject matter experts in those groups and everyone else goes somewhere else, but if you don't have any direction, people tend to gravitate towards what they're comfortable with. Because I can tell you, when we looked up and there was no one sitting at the political table, that basically shows you that maybe a little bit more guidance or direction as to how to divide up the different sections when you're doing that initial thing would have probably been a little bit better.
So a little more guidance to mix the groups.
Correct.
So then we'll make assignments, and then people will say, I'd like more flexibility, but we'll try. We'll see if we can't find that balance.
Well, welcome to our world.
Yeah. Any other feedback as we think about how to design the next opportunity to get together? Location?
Yeah. Was this a good space for everybody? Feel like you had enough room and layout
Yes.
and all of that? It was. Food, any comments on that? Any logistics at all that, you know?
And we'll take that as a wrap unless there are final comments or closing comments.
Yeah, just a couple things. So, clerk, I think, polled everyone and found that October the 5th from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. here at the Pleasant Hill Community Center for the next phase of this would be appropriate and amenable for everyone. So we would need a motion and a second to set this date for our meeting. Again, it's October the 5th, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. here at the Pleasant Hill Community Center.
Question.
No, we'll do a question.
Okay. How did it go from 9 to 12 to 9 to 7?
In part because today was hard to get as much as we could done. And I think that one caution I'll offer is that when we do the goal development, what you'll notice is it's not a linear process, that we're going to go do goal development, come back a little bit, it's a little circular. So I was hoping to get as much time as we could. If I craft an agenda that's maybe more like 3/4 of a day, then we could do that. But I'd like as much of your time as we can, just because there's a lot to work to then go engage with the community about.
And a quarter, a third of the day would represent what time? What time did you say? Did you say a quarter or a third?
Oh, I'm saying it's like if we would adjourn it to 2:30 or something like that, if that would be different.
I vote for 2.
The other piece that we took out because we just didn't have time was the development of organizational values. So you didn't even see that on the agenda. I had to take it out because there just wasn't time to get to it. So that's what I was hoping to add back.
Would that be the last time that you would need to convene the governing board for this process?
I would think that you all would want to see a draft or something like, or
I'm
even
sorry, for a significant amount of time like this.
probably that would be it.
What's the pleasure of the board?
I'll make a motion.
Okay. For October the 5th from 9 to 4 here or earlier here at the Pleasant Hill Community Center.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Recognizing that Alderman Boyle and I wouldn't mind getting out here earlier as well if we can. So, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. And is there anything anybody has that they want to say? Okay. I will need, I'll make an announcement that the scheduled meeting for here tomorrow, August 31st from 9 to 12 has been canceled due to the weather. So that meeting will be canceled. So we will need a motion to adjourn